This is the most himbo you're going to find.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle.
Hello!
Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow.
Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do so I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Spin! Spinning.
Some thingy-majiggy, and then I need my AC capture. Properties, AC capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say, Phantom, you broke it. I was doing A-okay, and then something broke just as you came in. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Riven. Greatly appreciate it. Alrighty then. Back in, here we go. It'll take a minute for the, what's-a-mahoozy to... Sashara just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sashara's just like... tapping away, and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Shut up! Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do. I'm gonna place the camera.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And...
Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you?
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. Oh, Elon. No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen, and he would, you know what? He would have the goal. He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly 100%.
Hello.
You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a Tango. What's my username on Twitter? It's Grant Zeebs. What's my username on Telegram? Grant Zeebs. What's my username on Discord? Grant Zeebs. What's my username on Twitch? Grant Zeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, Grant Zeebs. Ta-da. Darn it.
Damn it, I wish you...
Oh! Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need... Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? We're gonna... You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Oh! Thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win. Oh shit! Hayden Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like, just congratulations, Cap. And Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin. How do I clip? Oh my god. Fuck am I going? This way. Cool. I should have muted for that one.
Alrighty.
Did that even get through on
Advertisement
the mic? Did
is
people actually
done. It
hear
was
that?
fun, but now I feel like someone sucked the life out of me. That's what happens sometimes when you like start doing all kinds of what's-a-mahoozy nonsense. When you start streaming and you do it for like
What if we held hands?
long
as a
periods of
treat?
time. No, we're not holding hands. No thanks. No hand holding this in this stream, please. Where am I? So, hi, hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Furry Cures, good to have you here. Congrats on being first. Wild Saber, nice to see you. Welcome. God damn it! I forgot you did that big burp. Yeah, I did. It was a while ago. Also, hi there, Hendrix. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, everyone who ever did a clip in my stream and has gotten it featured. I think I should adjust my layouts. I'm not going to be doing anything tomorrow morning. Maybe except perhaps, like, you know, go for a walk or something like that. But I should probably do some adjustments to the overlays and my stuff. So, because, like, for example, like, look at this background. Look at this amazing background. And then look at the fucking text that's just floating there, telling you who the recent, like, cheers, subs, and follows are. I could probably have an entirely different sort of layout and, you know, maybe adjust this a little bit more, or adjust the background and what have you. You know, silly things like that. Little renovation. Hi there, Shibore. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Maybe I should put chat over here. Maybe that's what I should do, is I should make it so that the chat screen, like, because I normally have my, thingy-madiggy over on the left here. So, thank you for the hyper himbo, I really appreciate it. So what I should do is rather than have it, like, behind my head, which is a la similar to, Frost Prime over on Twitch/YouTube, I should have it over on the left here, and, like, have, like, I don't know, maybe, like a TV stand or something. Zeeb's nips are out? They're not out, okay? The nippies have been nerfed for very legitimate reasons, thank you very much. There is no nipples for very obvious reasons. I think I'm just gonna go straight into the game. I think I'm just gonna go straight into a video game. I need to stop the music. There we go. So, I just need a kill time, which tells me I need to go over there. Easy enough. We did, like, side quests here and there earlier, so I think we're gonna, like, you know, properly do some stuff. And already on the get-go, I can't see shit about my chat. Oh, just like a lol notation. Fair enough. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are doing A-OK-Zs. No problems of the sort. Alrighty. Oh, actually, you know what? I should probably, post here, 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 here. Oh my god, why is this thingy-madiggy not... Damn it, Sash, why is your thingy-madiggy not working? Alright, so... Followers. Alright, now we'll double check. Ba-doomp! Hopefully everyone is doing okay. Hopefully everyone is having a fandangle time. So, live followers. Permissions, they can view channels, they can embed links. That's weird. Links. No link requirements, that's fine. Sharing is caring. Is it because of that category there? Maybe it's because of that category. Everyone can... Nope, no creating private links. No sending voice commands. What is going on? Fetching files. Yeah, you can embed links. Weird. Edit channel. Permissions. Oh, I see what's happening. It's embed links. There we go. That's what was happening. I see. Fear my cute ass. Also, congratulations on getting 95% cute. That's actually pretty impressive. Nice work. Good on you. Sorry, I was looking at Sashera's like Discord, and I realized it wasn't doing embeds, and I found the solution as to why. It's because the category permissions for the memes channel was different to everyone else's.
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alright, that's another key. Now, hopefully I'm not gonna have like too bad of a time with the whatsamahoozy, with the thing. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th is not for like another month, okay? May the 4th isn't for another month. It will, however, newsflash, it will be a Saturday, May the 4th for me. So, the party game stream is going to need to be Star Wars related. And I feel like the best one to go with is Star Wars Battlefront 2. Now, I know everyone gives like shits on the modern Battlefront 2 because that one basically had the loot box treatment and, you know, demonstrated to such a huge degree why we should not have loot boxes and, you know, the very predatory nature of gambling in our youths, but they've since removed that. Oh my goodness, that's a dragon. We're just chilling. Is that it? Apparently we're just chilling. Sup, old man. Oh, don't... You're gonna throw it in the river, aren't you? Don't throw it in the river. There's gonna be some furry that wants a dragon tattoo.
何やお前は何すんねんあんたそれを捨てたら後悔するんじゃねえのか何やと
It's a good drawing.
入れ墨の下絵だろ
Great design.
しかも普通の図柄じゃねえなんであんたそれはひょっとして筋もんか
A family man? Technically no. Unless you include the Yakuza as a family, in which case no. We used to be a family man,
兄ちゃん
but then we ran
う
out.
ちによって茶の一杯でも飲んでけやついてこいや
Guess I'm following you, but I'm not your son. I'm just someone that thinks tattoos are cool.
帰ったぞ
おかえりなさい師匠
わしの客人や
Thank you.
師匠これ
あいつに見つからんようにしまっとけや
はい
Is there something important about the tattoo?
おい何してんねんあんたも早来いや
お客さんどうぞ奥へ
Oh!
Alistair Army with the 22-month tier 1 sub.
Oh my goodness!
Vel.
22 months?
I was going to go to bed. However, two things occurred. Azib started streaming, and a spider was on my bed.
Kill it. Kill the spider. Don't fuck around with that nonsense. It's your bed. It's your domain. You know what you do? You kill it. Kill the spider. Wait, hang on. Why was it? Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Kill. Nope. Kill the spider. The name's Kazuhori IV, Master Tattooist. I've had my practice here in Osaka about as long as I could remember.
Darn you and your K-Can. Thank you so much for the 22 months, though, Alistair. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful time not having to deal with, dealing with advertisements, and hopefully you have a fun emote, your favorite emote at a time like this. You try to kill it, however, it crawled under the bed, get a new bed. Just get an entirely new bed now. I've had my practice here in Osaka about as long as I can remember. I owe you one, son. You're basically the top artist in Kansai, as I've heard. Oh. Ya heard of me? Yes. From the master who did the piece on my back. Your back? Huh. That certainly has some weight to it. An artist named Utabori II inked it. Utabori? The Utabori? I have no clue who Utabori is. You know him? Of course I know him. Tattoos may span the globe over, but it's a small world. Get to be a master, your name will get around. So, can I ask why you were about to throw that design away? Oh, that. Family heirloom. Or get a new home, that's an option. Although, can you really afford it? I mean, in this economy, with this kind of housing?
交流か。
よう知っとるな。そう、指針の長と呼ばれる伝説の竜、交流や。
Oh, the grandparents can afford it then. Get the grandparents to get you a new house. They can just sell their current one and get an even better one. They're old. They're holding on to money. The design's actually a bit of a family heirloom, passed down for generations. Then why would you throw it away? Well, bonk. Ah, what was that? What happened? Akinya. Master, Satoshi was here and he took the design. What? You're fucking terrible. Look. You're right. I'm sorry for imposing that your grandparents can get you a new home. Oh, hey, fishing? Fishing. Nice. It was stolen. Yes, but we know who did it. It was the master's first student. Wait. What's going on? And this damn War of Succession are the reason I was trying to get rid of that accursed piece. A succession war, huh? Let me fill you in. What's the hunt about? Is the hunt about me, or the fishing, or the game? You're gonna need to be a little more specific. I'm actually looking to retire soon, and I was thinking Akina here would take up the name. Her? That's right. But the world of tattoos is a world of men. And Satoshi, my older pupil, didn't take too kindly to the idea. Satoshi is the thief? Yes, and he's 10 years my senior. Considering the world you come from, I'm sure you understand the importance of seniority, yes? Imagine someone 10 years your junior passing you up, and she's a woman at that. His pride and his ego are wounded. But you're naming Akina as your successor because she's better, right? That's right. There's an art to tattoos that go beyond simple skill or technique. You're not a master until you can see your client's fates in the ink of your work. Satoshi's just not there yet. Master, but I don't... I know. Unfortunately, the other part of this little war is that Akina ain't willing to take the name. Nani? She won't tell me either. But even if she won't take it, I'm not about to hand it to Satoshi like it's some kind of consolation prize. He's not ready to be Kasahori the Fifth. Now I see what brought you down to the river. Right. And that's why Satoshi stole the dragon. If I won't give him the name, it seems he'll take it by force. Wait, where are you? My tattoo has a strong resemblance to that dragon.
What? But
Uh,
yes, a dragon. Really? But I've heard Utobori gave that to a man in the Tojo clan. He considered it his magnum opus, and that was almost 20 years back. I don't believe he's done any dragons since. Even I've heard that story, so you're really him. I'm Kiryu Kazuma, and yes, I was once in the Tojo clan. Incredible. Hi there, Sumi Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. There's, like, no music in this, like, little cutscene, which is weird. Is there any music going off at all? Hang on a second. Let me just Alt-Tab really quickly. You know... Yeah, weirdly enough, there is no music going off. Strange. Like, yeah, there's, like, nothing in the game capture. It's the faintest fucking thing. Master Utobori taught me about both the value and the weight a tattoo carries. Which is why I won't stand by why Satoshi undermines all of it. I'm going to get your design back. And in return, Akina, will you tell us why you have refused to take the Kazuhori name? Akina, I think that's a fair bargain. Satoshi has set up a shop in a building in Shofukocho. Got it. Alright, we're getting ourselves into a fight in Shofukocho. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Oh, wait, was something on the ground early? No, okay, so... I gotta do a slow walk in case, like, something pops up on the radar. Hello? Yep, partner up. Alrighty. Slowly but surely. Oop, another place to partner up with. Another place to partner up with. What's going on here?
boy.
Put that knife down. Leave me alone. I'm gonna run this bastard through and ain't nobody stopping me. Let's see what you got, bitch. Oh my goodness. What's going on? Hey, nobody's stabbing anyone today. Just calm down and let's talk about it. None of your goddamn business. Oh. Ugh. Guess you don't got it in ya. What's going on here? Fuck it. Fuck if I know. Lady just run up to me out of nowhere yelling about how she's gonna kill me. Bet she poured all her cash into a host club. And now she's taking it out on the first host she finds. Anyhow, I got a jet. Be careful, you hear? Are you okay? Alright, let's see what your problem is, lady. She got scammed, kidnapped, abused her. Killing that man won't find your sister any faster. There are smarter ways to go about it. Alright, so we're looking for someone named Mickey.
Yeah.
Hopefully Mickey, that is how you pronounce it. We lost our parents years ago. She's the only family I got left. I want to help her, but there's nothing I can do. The cops ignored me, people don't take me seriously. Hell, I don't even have the guts to stab one of the bastards who took her. Alright, cool. Sure, I'll help you out. Kojima. He's the one who was just there. He makes his money by targeting lonely single ladies. Second is Kajiwara. He's a realtor. He's more likely a land shark. And the last photo is for someone named Kojima. Ain't nobody sure if that is his real name. I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like Kojima is a made-up name. Ain't no one in video games being called Kojima unless their voice or likeness is based off of Hideo Kojima. Although I will be real with you, for all we know, Kojima might be a very common name. Much like how, you know, you've got... what's his name? Miyazaki. Now, chat, which Miyazaki am I referring to? Vote now on your phones. Looks like a regular businessman, but somehow he's one of the richest men in the country. Alright, so I gotta find someone named Mickey. I gotta find Yagi to do that. Anything on the ground? Oh, so there was that earlier nonsense there. Alright. Good. Oh, was I meant to go upstairs instead of... Oop, hang on, is there something... Yep, there's something over there. Nice. Oh, it's a gambling parlor. Neat. Alright, not my interest right now. Move, not nuts. Nope, nothing here, except for some boxes. I need to find a good storage solution at one point. Ooh. Ooh button. Alrighty, inventory. Food and drink. So there's blue one. There's a purple one. Nice. Zebra! Look at that, Chad! It's a zebra! Zebra, look! Zebra! That's me! I'm a zebra! Look at that! Zebra! 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 No, not the bald Sume! No! Zebra! Look at that! Zebra! I will never stay bald forever. I have some really good genes, okay? I'm going to be able to, you know, stay full of hair till very late in my life. Nice one, bro. Yeah, this is all I need to really become Kazuhori the Fifth. The guy with the dragon on his back is the talk of the whole town right now. And when the rest of Osaka wants in on the ink that made a legend, they'll come knocking. Yo, fellas.
Oi.
You're Satoshi? Yeah? And who the hell are you? I'm here to take back the design you stole from your master. I'll be taking that dragon. Oh, so Akina is sending heavies after us now.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm here because you don't deserve that design. Who the fuck you think you are talking to me like that? You know how many Yakuza we've dealt with over the years? Chumps like you always think you're tougher than you are. Then we're done talking. But I guess you just haven't learned to fear yet. I'll teach you. That's our line, asshole! You're gonna regret coming here. Here we go. Bam, boom, bing, dong, bang. Another subscribe!
With a
Wookie!
6-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate it. Especially after there's been like the whole like, you know, price increase thingy-majiggy for all the Australians in the in Twitch. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the advertisement-free viewing, and I'm curious if you have a favorite emote after all these months. Like you have an option across all these boys. Here we go. There we go. Nice. You love the Huffies? You love the Huffies? That's good. Huffies are good. Shit. Who are you?
Kiryu-san.
Kiryu-san.
Ah,
I got your design back. Thank you for the head pats, Ginger Fox. You old bastard. Can't you see she got you wrapped around her finger? Satoshi, you are blind. You don't understand the true artistry of tattoos. What are you blabbing about? Your fingers know their way around the ink, but your soul can't see the color. That's the difference between you and Akina. More of this pretentious bullshit. Tattoos are a permanent part of a person's life, Satoshi. It changes them. Someone like you who's just putting ink on 2-bit street punks for money, just goes to prove what little you contribute to the arts. A tattoo nurtures the man who bears it, and in turn, the design finds its home on their skin. Oh yeah? Then tell me, master, who's got that golden dragon on his back now? He's some great hero? Say his name. I reckon they're talking about the antagonist, the blonde-haired dude that's on the cover of the Yakuza Kiwami 2. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. There you go. Also, yeah, I'm doing all right, Ginger Fox. Over the weekend, I went to Furdu. It was fairly nice. I'm probably not gonna go to another one for the next few years, just because of like the amount of work it takes to go to a con and not be left alone is a lot of work, weirdly enough. Which is strange, because it's like, oh, there's about 2,000 people at this convention, and I have a hard time trying to stick around with 3 people. So yeah. Who does have that dragon tattoo? His name is Ryuji Goda.
Nani?
Nani? Kiryu, you should know exactly who Ryuju Goja is. Ryuju has wanted to fight you several times now. It is absolutely terrible. And we've beat him up at least twice, I think? Yeah, that Ryuji Goda. You gave your ultimate tattoos to some crazy fuck, and now you want to lecture me about art? It's not true. The master didn't give him that tattoo. Akina. What? I was the one who inked the golden dragon.
10 年前
Oh, never mind, there's
ゴーダリー
dialogue.
ジを初めて見た時わしは衝撃を覚えたこの男はわしの生涯最高の下地になる男やとそして代々伝わるあの竜を掘ることを決めたんやそやけど筋彫りしようとした時わしの手は動かんようになってしもた
そうなんです。だから私がその続きを師匠に代わって彫ったんです。
Excuse me. Thank you for the head pats, Bookie. Yours? That's how I learned the true weight of being a tattoo artist, and I've never been more scared. Ryuji Goja climbed the ranks of the Omi Alliance, and now he's clawing his way towards the throne itself. I never dreamed a man bearing my ink could become what he has. Akina, that's why you deserve the name. A master tattooist's calling is to make bigger men of their clients. So that's why you rejected the Kazahori name. Yes, I'm afraid of giving men like him more power. Akina. This is some oh my goodness. Just taking our shirt off for anyone? We're just, like, going like fucking rah!
俺はこの竜を背負ってから多くのものを失っただが俺は竜を掘ったことも今の自分があるのも全て運命だったと思ってる
The Japanese have a weird thing with fate. Like, such a weird thing.
あんたたちがゴーダ龍二に掘ったことは間違いじゃない。
桐生さん、
力を持った人
It's
間
easy for men
は
with
よく
power
道
to
を間違
stray.
える。だから
True
人間なんだ。
words.
だが
They have a weird stigma. Okay, okay, here's the thing, Sume Wolf. You say weird stigma, but it's one of those cases of there used to be tattoos on firefighters at the start, but then it was co-opted by Yakuza, so now, you know, for a time, there was, you know, if anyone had a tattoo, you didn't know if they were a firefighter or if it was Yakuza. It was co-opted for, you know, less than savory means. It's much like how the whatsamacoozy, the thing before the swastika was utilized by the Buddhists, and it was meant to be, you know, this one sort of connotation, but then the Nazis took it, and now they've just, you know, ruined the whole thing, and now we can't have that kind of symbolism because, unfortunately, Nazis.
その道を正す
God damn it, Nazis.
あんたたちの仕事じゃない。
Can't have good military uniforms now
あんたた
because
ち
you
を
had
殺
to
しに
fuck it
は
up.
掘った男の顛末を
You
見
had to
届
take
け
the,
ることしかで
like,
きない。
all the good artists.
アキナさん、
We just
もし
can't.
あん
Yeah, exactly. We can't have nice
ポリスとし
things.
ての責任が
We can't have the cool military uniforms because the Nazis did it. We can't have six-wheeler cars because the Nazis did it. We can't have Buddhist symbolism because the Nazis took it. Fucking Nazis. Silly Nazis. That's actually probably a very funny way of, you know, denoting them without accidentally getting, like, you know, copyright thingamajiggy. Nice work, Bookie. It's like how in Twitter, in like TikTok, you can't say killed or die. You have to use like fucking weird phrasing like unalive.
風
So
割りを継承して
yeah.
龍二の行く末を見届けるべきなんじゃないのか。
桐生さん。
Okay, copyright is probably the wrong word. Content
桐
warning.
生さん。
Content
私も逃げ
warning.
ません。
It's like when people are. It's like when Japan is like, oh, you can't have a penis on the cover. You're gonna need to put some black bars on it, and then it's like, you know, ill properly put on. So yeah. Yay! We're into a new chapter, and we're only half an hour into the stream. It's almost 10 a.m. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. My goodness, how have I not fallen into hot water sooner on my stream? How has no one, like, looked at my stream and gone, this is a cancelable person. We are going to cancel this furry. Bam, bing, bam, ba-boom. Good evening, Grant. Hope everything has been well and that you had an amazing time at Furdu in your time off. It was fairly good. I went on for like a 2-hour rant back on Monday night about my experience with Furdu and my my decision not to go to FurCons for in future for like a long while, like until, you know, just a radically different sort of mindset and things for going to cons and such rather than it being a solo adventure. Me and Quaggles have watched the new Fallout show, and have you seen it yet, Grant, or was Furdu keeping you occupied? Oh no, I got through that Fallout shit in 2 days, two nights. Sorry, I got through it in 2 nights. It was, I'm gonna be real with you, it was a bop. All right, I love that I could recognize some of the songs, where it's just like, dun, 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 I got spurs, that jingle jangle jingle jingle jangle, like. There were so many like moments in the show that I was just like, I kind of recognized it and I love the design. I know a lot of people were worried about it because even though looking at video game adaptations for like at a distance, they have been getting better and better each year / like small generation. Like ever since the Super Mario film, like the first one back in the 70s or something, we've had this subpar quality where it's like, oh, it's not even worthwhile film, but it's like, oh, it's a video game adaptation. But then we started getting better and better. The quality started brushing up. We were hitting the right notes on how to do a adaptation for a film and then still keep to like the the thing for the video game enthusiasts. I reckon ever since the film Warcraft, video game films and video game TV shows on average are going to meet a quality of this will, satisfy a video game adaptation requirement. Now we're judging it on the qualities of it being an overall adaptation. We're comparing it to anime adaptations, book adaptations, Asians, and what's a whoosies. So, sure, we had a bad run with Halo, don't get me wrong, but let us not forget, Super Mario movie and The Last of Us showed we can have the good quality shit. And I feel like Fallout gives us good quality. And before, people go into the chat of like, oh, but what about the continuity errors? What continuity errors? Like, the only one that I am aware of that's like, a continuity retcon thing was like, oh, in a podcast, the original creator who isn't a part of like the, Obsidian or Bethesda said that the Chinese dropped the nuclear warheads that started the 2077 war and some shit. Meanwhile, the TV show is like, oh, we imply that Vault-Tec would go as far as dropping their own bombs to guarantee their, their vaults being a viable investment and getting all their money returned and such, which, I'm gonna be real with you, that's kind of dumb. Like, if you actually, like, take 10 minutes, if you don't use the vaults, then your value as a company isn't really worth all that much, because now you have product that no one wants to use, unless you can somehow radicalize, oh, you can have all these vaults as housing, and that will be great. Meanwhile, the other option is the bombs drop and everything like that, and there is no economy. So now you have these vaults which work, but no economy to help, get a return on your investment. But anywho, that's a silly thingy-majiggy. But Fallout TV show, it's good. The first season is done. I have questions, don't get me wrong, but we're getting a second season as well, which I'm really excited for, and we're probably not going to see it for like another year or two, though. Like, news about it. Because I had a fire, passion, and desire. Now all I require is circuits and wires. Inside was an ocean of soul and emotion. Then you cut me open. Now all I know is I'm a robot, thoughtless and empty. But know who sent me. Don't know who made me electric robot. Everything's gray, now numb to the pain now. I know what love was. I don't know what you're going on about there, Sir Dragon. What was that? What was that? I love how Amazon Video, when you move your mouse cursor, it shows off the actors and the songs' names on the HUD. That one's kind of cool. I'm not a huge fan when it pops up, when I just want to, like, when the mouse is just coincidentally there. But I do like the whole, like, vision thingy-majiggy to tell you about either the actors or the song that's playing. Adaptations are always going to be worse than the original, and there's always going to be people that... Okay, first, Sage. That is some fighting words, okay? The whole adaptations are going to be worse than the original is dismissive of any works that are looking to try and adapt because here's the thing. I got spurs that God damn it, Bookie. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, jingle, jangle. But yeah, to that comment, Sage, of, oh, adaptations are always worse than the original kind of thing, I think that is, like, dismissive in the benefit of presenting either a story or a universe in a different context. So, for instance, The Martian, great book, great movie. You can read the book first, then go to the movie. You can go to the movie first, then read the book. It's a great experience, and either direction enhances The Martian. Because the thing is that the book goes a little bit deeper into like the scientific method and, you know, the trials and tribulations, and there's a lot more like slow burn to Mark Watney trying to solve problems, which is great. The movie, meanwhile, does a much better job in telling all that. It cuts some stuff out, like most adaptations from book to film will do, but one of the things they do is that they're able to condense like nearly half a chapter to a chapter's worth of content of like explaining how someone feels and expression and all that, and they can just, you know, condense it into actually presenting it. That's the beauty of adaptations, is you're able to present content in an entirely different fashion, and usually is an enhancement of the original. So reading about, you know, the whole like the plains of Pelennor or whatever the hell, and like Theoden King with like his horses and shit, probably is an amazing time in the book, but let me tell you right now, I don't think I can get the same like response from the book after going through the film, and the film just has the fucking music going off like dun, 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 and he's just screaming death, and then they do the charge, and the music is ramping up, and that is very fair. But I refer to the people who only compare to the original, but it doesn't mean that either one isn't bad. They both can be incredible. You do bring up a good point. I was mainly thinking of the recent trend of people not doing very good jobs of adaptation. Fair enough. They're like, it is easy to be like relatively armchairy about like, oh, is this a good adaptation or is this a bad adaptation? Like looking at the bad adaptations and being like, oh, they did this wrong or they did that wrong, and I'm like, so like the Avatar: The Last Airbender, I feel like is a very tricky adaptation to do. The same reason why Hancock and his film Psycho, like they did an adaptation of it in like the 2000s or something with Vince Vaughn and a few other peeps. It was the exact same script. They almost did the exact same shots, except it was using modern actors, modern technologies, and it was in color. That adaptation wasn't really worthwhile because we can just go back to the original Psycho and get the same experience, and it's maintained through fucking Hancock's thingy-majiggy. What's his name? The suspense guy. Something Hancock. Alfred Hitchcock, sorry, not Hancock, Hitchcock. So you go through Hitchcock's TV movies and shit. You can just do that directly rather than going with the modern what's-a-mahoozy thing. Hi there, Bookie. And I feel like with Avatar: The Last Airbender, when they're like, oh, here's a Netflix live adaptation, I'm like, we already have a English presented Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, you're going from TV show to TV show. There isn't really much you can do with that. Not unless you were going to go, like, and I feel like the only reason that the TV show could be successful is if they do a lot more with Zuko and Iroh in the first season. Because they didn't do much for Zuko and Iroh in the first season. They did a lot in the second season, and they were able to keep, like, a consistent boil in the third. Finally putting away my tablet in a public space to tell you I agree with your take on Voltex Moses. Also, holy shit, is you're terrible. Don't use your hotspot! Get off! Get off! 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 Get off! Get off your hotspot! Go back to drawing! Go back to drawing! Off! I'll keep playing this game.
昨日の夜、今までのこと整理してたら嫌な予感がしてきてね。
嫌な予感？
ええ。私がジンゴン派の生き残りじゃないかと思って。
どういうことだ？
ママの言っていたことから推測して、私の両親が20数年前、登場界に殺されたとするなら。
Yeah, because of the cutscene at the start of the game.
Because
she's like, isn't she half-half?
鎮魂派の生き残り。
そう考えてもおかしくないでしょ。
村井に会いに行くのはやめるか。
自分の過去から逃げたくない。行きましょう。
Okay, I guess we're not having a cigarette break. As much as I want to talk about the Fallout show, I don't want to spoil it. I would like, it's still early days. I would appreciate it that we don't, like, get too much into Fallout. Like, we can talk about the games, I'm sure. Because, you know, that's one of the success, like, that's one of the real successes of video game adaptations, is that they are basically advertisement for the video game. That's one of the like the bigger reasons why video game publishers and developers would opt for having their works adapted into a TV show or a movie. Is that because here's the thing, video games, like the industry, it has like fucking trillions of dollars made a year. It dwarfs most other mediums combined. So having like, oh, here's just a couple $1 million investment to create a TV show that's just going to advertise people to go and play our games, which is probably going to be a billions of dollars return. Oh, easies. I need to hear what he has to say. You sure about this, though? Don't worry about me. Whatever he can say, I can handle it. But first, we'll need to hit the streets to see if we can even find the place. It dwarfs all other Eden. Does that mean it's large? Yes, it is. That's what it means. Alright, see then. Oh my goodness, is this guy sick again? Anyway, gonna be starting after all. Yay, we got like a new guy. And a green bun. Thank you very much. Thank you for the green bun. Get some food. Some steel bun. Huh? There's another thingy. Ah, there's another thingy-majiggy. And I can feel the inputs lagging. Do you feel it, chat? Do you feel the input lag and buffering? There we go. Yeah! Nice one, Kiryu. Alright. Oh, I can see another thingy-majiggy on the ground. Oh, it's just a silver plate. Okay. I don't see it on my end, so everything is fine for me. Okay, maybe it's just one of those gamer feelings where I'm just sort of like, I'm irked by it. I'm just like, It feels... Oh, hello. I'm in a real pickle now. Might as well just rope in the next guy who walks by. Oh, hey there. Can I help you? Are you busy at the moment, sir? I'd say that depends. Well, do you think voice acting for a video game might interest you? Hell the fuck yes! Nani? Nani? Kazuma Kiryu, professional voice actor. Oh my god, this must be a fucking ball. Please tell me there's meta jokes in this. Who here does voice acting? There's gotta be some VAs. Why do you need me? We're supposed to record for a game today, but one of our actors has a frog in his throat, and today's our last day in the studio. Have an employee do it instead then. There, problem solved. Wait, you can't leave. I can, and I am. Harsh. If I don't find a suitable replacement though, it'll be my head on the chopping block. Oh my god, the stress. Maybe I should just end it all right here and now. Hey, don't be like that. It's just a video game. Then be my voice actor. Do it for me. Do it, or I'll kill myself. Okay, chat, don't ever joke about that shit. And don't make it an ultimatum. There is nothing in this world, short of killing someone, that requires death. Do you have to be so melodramatic? Wait, now I'm really listening to you talk, and that voice, it's smoother than whiskey on the rocks. You were born to be a voice actor, and this is the moment that will shape your destiny. I'm still not hearing anything that convinces me to help you. Please! Your voice is killer!
Oi.
You're a little too close. Come on. Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
I don't know the first thing about voice acting. Sorry, but I can't do it. Oh, you'll be fine. Just read the lines as they're written on the script. I'll even give you an actor's payment. Can't you grab the next guy who walks by? Why does it have to be me? Yeah, gosh dang it. Because it does. If I don't get your voice in a video game, the world will never know peace. I'm begging you. I insist. I'm dying. Alright, fine, I'll do it. If you're that sure I'm the guy for it, I'll help you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. What's your name? Kiryu. Nice to meet you, Kiryu-san. I'm Kikuchi. We're recording in a studio nearby, so just follow me and we'll be there in a sec. Let me introduce you to your partner, Kiryu-san. This here is Ryuzaki. Hold on. Hold on a second, chat. Ding dong. Kiryu, Japanese voice actor. Voice actor, voice actor, voice actor. Oh my god, there's live action films of Yakuza? Crazy. Okay, so apparently you get to be everything in this game, don't you? Professional gambler, a voice actor. I don't know about the nuclear power plant operator, but... Alright, behind the voice actor. So, for Kiryu Kazaka, the voice actor back in Yakuza 2 was a man named Takaya Kuroda. Oh my goodness. Hang on a second. Ding. Oh my god, that's tiny. Hang on a second, hang on a second, hang on a second. Properties. How big is this image? F12. Ding dong. 210 by 240. Okay, so 210 by 240. Oh, ding. Transformation. Reset transformation. There we go. So, this here is our man. This is the guy who voices Kiryu. Remember this. Here's the thing. I was half expecting it would have been funny if this was if like Ryuzaki was a voice in the Whatsamahoozies in the Yakuza series. So give me a second. Control F. Ryuzaki. Nope, apparently there is no one in the Yakuza Kiwami 2 who is voice acting Ryuzaki. So, shame. Was really hoping. Alright, moving on. Looking forward to getting in the booth with you. Likewise. I should have asked this, but... Kikuchi, what kind of game are we recording for? Oh, it's a high-octane game of adolescent carnage and drama. It explores the themes of humanity, friendship, betrayal, and the bonds these men form along the way. We call it Amigo Picante. Okay, so Amigo... I need a translator, so... No. So, amigo can mean friend. What does picante mean? Donk. Ding. I need a professional to explain to me what amigo picante is. Never heard of it. Oh, well, it's an up-and-coming genre that's really taken off with the female fans recently. Oh, I guess that would explain it. So, who am I playing? Our protagonist, of course. His name is Abe, and Ryuzaki here will be playing your childhood friend, Michiui.
Nani?
What? I've never acted a day in my life. How can you expect me to play the protagonist? It'll be fine. I'll make sure you do it right. Don't worry. Now, you two recently started high school together in an all-boys institution called St. Dandy's Boys Academy. This sounds more like a yaoi thing, not a high-octane thing. I don't know much Spanish, but I know that it directly means hot and spicy friends. That's... Okay, it's probably spicy friends. Like, spicy as in romantic spicy. This is what I'm imagining it to be. My goodness. Excuse me while I really quickly get... Oh, actually, hang on a second. I can just go... Nope, I can't. Okay, I need to actually go through the manual methods of doing this. Where is Blue? Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. It's not... Oh, he's streaming! Vesta, Crystal. He's streaming right now. Hang on a second while there's an advertisement going off. Can you tell me what? Activate Windows. There we go. He doesn't know I'm here. Well, he does know that I am here, actually, because, you know... I do it for fun. I do it because it's funny. Not while he's a popsicle. Here we go. Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. There we go. All right. Yes. No, I'm not. I'll enjoy this game as I am doing a side quest as a VA in a game called Spicy Friends in Spanish. All right. Well, while Ripper is keeping him busy and what have you, I am going to go on back to my stream. Hi there, chat. Alrighty then. Okay, but I do like strawberries. Yeah, he's just fruity. So, we're at an all-boys institution called St. Dandy's Boys Academy. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of the VA in the top left there, because we're not gonna see him. We're unfortunately not gonna see this man. The curtains rise on the first scene with the two of you alone in the classroom at the end of a school day. We don't have much time, so let's get rolling. Here's the script, Kiryu. All we need is for you to read your lines at the right time. You'll do great. It's been a while since we've had time to ourselves, Abe. Just the two of us. Yes. You're right. I'm glad to finally have some alone time with you. I love how he's doing the voice line for this as well. Okay, we're gonna listen to him. You know, it almost feels like fate that we both ended up at St. Dandy's. I wouldn't have been so lonely without you. Hey, Abe. How do you feel about me?
Yeah. お前は仲のいい幼馴染に過ぎないな。
Oh. Wait, Kiryu-san, didn't you read ahead? This would only make things awkward between them later. Not to mention, it's not what the script says. Sorry, but I'm kind of ad-libbing where I have to be. Well, a good voice actor has to stay a few lines ahead. Let's roll it back a step. You're really annoying. You know that? You should be glad I don't punch your lights out right now. Let's take this outside. Hey, this isn't a fighting game. We're doing a drama, remember? Sorry, bad habit. To be honest, I've always seen you as a kind, strong man. This is such weird dialogue. It really is. Why is it not in order? Oh my gosh. You mean it? To me, you're everything I could ever want. My ideal lover. Wait, what? So, it's just the two of us here. What do you want to do with me? Have a pissing contest. I want you to be my first. Are you sure you want to do it? Want it to be me? This is certainly going places. I don't think I can hold myself back. Are you really ready? Yeah. But it's my first time. Be gentle with me. This is such strong yaoi material. This is fucking bait. I can't be saying this shit on stream. People will clip me out of context. I'll just loosen your shoulders and everything will be fine. Now, relax and let me take it from here. Do I really have to do this next part? What?
Oi.
You said this was an adolescent drama, not some kind of sex game. Kiryu-san, please. Young ladies across the nation are going crazy for BL games nowadays. BL. It stands for boys love. You know, like boys loving each other. This is really a genre of video game. Don't let it get to you, Kiryu-san. Once you let yourself get into the part, you really nail these lines. He's right. I can barely believe you're an amateur. Why don't you stick around? Take on a few more roles with us.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I think my career as a voice actor ended before it started. How popular did you say these games are? I find it hard to believe they have much of an audience. Believe it, Kiryu-san. We have girls lined up for hours every time we drop a new release. I had no idea. I guess video games have come a long way. Yes, they have, Kiryu. They have come a very long way. Don't doubt yourself over it, Kiryu. Oh, and really, saved my life. I thought it was all over until you strolled by. Let me thank you. A straight-laced suit. Nice. Alright, what's... Alright, sorry, just had to dink bonk. I was gonna tell him about the boys' love of EA, but I don't think he'll be interested.
Nani?
Don't you dare. Tempting, but I shouldn't. Burp, 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 burp. Shogi parlor, can't play shogi, so I'll leave that part to you. Holy shit. Please don't make us play shogi.
Hmm?
Oh, it's him. We gotta fight this guy. Do you know this girl? Never seen her before. I met someone who claims you conned her. So you do know her. Time to fight some thugs. Do not steal and fight girls. Damn. Excellent. There we go.
Oi.
Tell me where Kajiwara is. I don't frickin' know. Best guess he'd be at his golf center. Guy's always got his clubs on him. Good. You don't want to deal with me again? Then I suggest you relocate. Scum like you don't belong on the streets. Alright, there was a... Oh, there's the thingy. Pick it up. Another key. There we go. Alright. Speed up. Speed... Oh. Another Sutton Boring key. Excellent. Vroom. 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 Here we go. Nice. Get ourselves some money, which is good as well. Who the fuck are you? Why are you dressed so smartly? Oh. God damn it, old woman.
Nani? Huh?
Moving on from this crazy old lady. Oh, she's a crazy cat lady. The Opa Tear. No saying would step out of the door looking like this. Yep, you're absolutely correct. No sane woman would do that. Alright, looks like we're getting into a fight. Some of these side quests I can kind of get from the dialogue. It's just all misunderstanding nonsense. There we go. Got him. Fine. I'll let you off the hook for now, but watch your back, buddy. Can we skip all this? Yes, we can. Excellent. There we go. Oh, this place. Let's partner up with you. Part of the Fresh Leagues. There we are. Partnered up with 10... I swear we partnered up with more than 10 stores. The reason I know it, though, is because I know a guy who was in there back in the day. How about 3 big bills for the tip? Fine. You guys who can tell you in the gallery it goes by something or rather. There's a rundown bar west of Shofukucho called Mino. Used to hang out there. Alright, cool. So we got another location to go. Oh, Jesus. No, come on. There we go. No. Stop having problems with the controls. Uh-huh. More thugs to fight. Don't drop the bat! God damn it. A test of your skills. Oh, cool. So it's just another dude looking to fight. Alright, where's the thingy-madiggies? There was the noise. Ah, there's the noise. Thing. Building the warehouse. How to win at Mahjong. Use the phone number. Yep. I wish my punches emitted yellow or purple vapors. Same here, Sage. Same here.
Boy.
I'd get into so many fights with some esches. Popular hostess club at the Red Sirloin goes by Yukina-chan, and she's known for being pretty plump. Her sizes, please. There's this popular hostess down at Red Sirloin. Goes by Yukina-chan, and she's known for being pleasantly plump. Her sizes, please. Okay. I have no idea. Alright, so... What the... Okay, there's a thingy around here? Oh, hello. Alright, so there's some place called the Red Sirloin I need to go to. So... Alrighty. So there's Club Sunshine here. Oh, god damn it. You're dead. You're just dead. And that's another person dead. Not my fault. Okay, so that's Club Sunshine. We need to look for something called the Red Sirloin. Oh. Unsettled woman. Wouldn't go on. Mika! Keep walking, cue ball. Jesus. Also, who was carrying a sword on them in the street? Japanese Yakuza. Time to deal with an ill-mannered man. There we go. Forgive me, counselor. Cool. Alright, we got Mina. Alright, moving on. Come on. Okay, so he just took a bribe, did he? Moving on. Yay! The charming counselor is no longer our problem. Okay, so... Phoenix... Wild Jackson... We need to look for something called the... Like, sorry, not the Red Lobster, the, Fuck, I forgot the task. I guess I'll see where the number on that poster takes me. Zero, 9, 0. Alright, so hang on.
Oh? Oi.
Eric, tell you. Popular okay, so the Red Sirloin goes by Yukina-chan. So, Yukina-chan at the Red Sirloin. Alright, so I need to... So the Red Sirloin, and I need to find... Actually, is it in my, like, stats? Cabaret Grand Prix. Okay, I'm at Club 4 Shine, which is not the same thing. Fulfill something or other. Quests. Order everything on the menu at different thingy-madigs. Grand Prix. Okay. Alright, I need to find where the red sirloin is. Because apparently there's like a... Hi there, Atomica! Hello there. I need to find where the red sirloin is, because apparently there's a plump hostess named Yukina or something like that, and I need to figure out, like, what her, like, measurements are. Alrighty. The Mill, Miyabi. Where the fuck is the red sirloin? Club Fleece. Hi there, Atomica. I guess fur do is fur done now. Nice work. Yes, you're right. Fur do is fur done. It will happen again next year, but I will not be attending it next year. I'm probably not going to be attending any of the future fur do's for a long while. So, it just takes a lot of socializing work to, you know, do all the stuff. There we go. Delinquent. Alright, we're fighting you. Easy. Alright, so we're looking for the red sirloin. I'm gonna be a little bit annoyed if I have to, like, look for a fucking, the red sirloin with, like, Japanese characters or something like that. Okay, I guess we're fighting more Yakuza at this point. There we go. Damn it. Gotcha. There we go, that did it. Alrighty, so, well, another deadly assassin, cool. So, Club Z. No, Donut. Savage. The red sirloin. Keep an eye, chat, on something called the red sirloin. We can at least open some of these lockers. You did enjoy seeing the photos, though. It was very cool, and you had a great fursuit. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, I don't take too many fursuit photos or videos, and there's actually more. Cookie for Jason. There's more fursuit photos out there, but I wasn't the one who was taking the photos and such, so they're all in like someone else's like photo album and shit, and I'm gonna need to get them. But I don't know who all the people are, unfortunately. There we go. Hopefully you're having a good evening, Jason. Alrighty, is there somewhere I can eat? Yes, there is. I need so much food. Yep, and I am on an empty stomach, which will be great. Oh, I've already eaten everything here, so no point in going for this food joint. Can't go into Sunrise. Alright, can we go up to... Alright, shop bar. Let's see how we go here. Yeah. Oh. Damn it, so far off. Alright. So fucking inebriated. Alright, I can't drink another drop. God fucking damn it. Alright, so I'm gonna need to get... I need to get a few hits in me. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious trying to... I'm doing alright. I am having a time. I need to find something... I need to find a place called the Red Sirloin and double check a woman's bosom. Apparently, her measurements are like the secret key to finding a location to progress with the rest of this mission. Unfortunately, I'm having a relatively hard time trying to find this Red Sirloin. Oh my god. Steakhouse Hungry Tom. Please don't tell me this is the Osaka King, Kian, Botonbori, sushi, ramen. Yeah, as far as I know, like... Oh, it's probably this thing here. Okay. I need to eat something. I need to try and sober up. Here we go. Did IC go to Furdu? He did. He did go to Furdu. Do not listen to Blue Foxy Nicey IC. He has gone to Furdu. I have photographic evidence of it. Alrighty. Oop, Jesus. Here we go. Oop. I will survive. Alright. Oh, hang on. There's a big dude to fight over here. And because I'm drunk, I should not have such a hard time dealing with him. Yo, you. Let's see what happens. The Sotenbori Strong Arm. There we go. Counter that, bitch. Counter once again. Get up. Got him. But yeah, He went to Fairdew. Did you like ask and like relatively like recently and he said no? You finally finished My Hero Academia? You're currently up to date is what you are. There's still the manga to go through and the manga has not finished yet. There is plenty to do. Scooted my butt back to Sotenbori over the bridge now. When she's speaking about oh my god, Granny's requests. Ridic. Alright. I am not as drunk now, which is good. I can now run through. Golden Man! Here we go. There's so much in the there is so much in the manga, and I'm gonna be real with you. Alright, so fun story time. My first like anime, like properly knowing what an anime is and what have you, was Naruto. And then I went over to watching Bleach as well as Naruto, and then I learned that they're based on mangas. And I didn't like having to go through the filler episodes because they felt like jarring and confusing to the plot line. And so I learned, oh, some of these things are not in the manga. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go read the manga. So around about the Huntsmundo arc in Bleach and the elemental training in Naruto was where I started reading, and that's where I got up to date. Hi there, Skyline. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. You missed out on me talking about my Furdo experiences on Monday. Thank you so much for the hugs. Got you so hard. All right. Okay, so in 110, 100, 109. Top to bottom. So 110, 100, 109. So 11. So 110, 100, and 109. Okay, so
oh, boy.
110, 100, 109.
Boy.
Alright. I miss so much, my heart hurts. Aw. Your first one was Speed Racer? Racer, you think you're in the I think I'm in the majority? Did you know Speed Racer was a anime when you were watching it, though? That's the question. Because if you didn't know, like, for example, Digimon would technically be my first anime ever. But I didn't know that there was a difference between, Saturday cartoons and anime, for instance. So that's why I give Naruto the treatment of, like, this is my first anime, because I was, like, very much aware of what it was. Ow! It's a dragon! First anime was Fairy Tail, and then knowing what a manga was, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Nice! Interesting selection for starters. So yeah, the end of Season 6 of My Hero Academia made me cry. Ooh. Yeah, you must be getting it to the start of what's called the War Arc, I believe. Alright, oh, I need to go downstairs, most likely. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Ooh. Hello? Dink. Alrighty, and then... over here. Man, plenty of keys. Alright, where is... Alright, so we got blackjack. And that looks to be it. Okay, so it's none of these.
Did you see it?
Alright.
Did you see it?
Wait,
Did
what did
you
I miss?
see
What did I
it?
miss? I knew it was Asian, I probably didn't know it was Japanese. Ah, okay. Your first anime was Robotech. Never heard of Robotech before, I'm gonna be real with you. That, I do not know what that is. Oh, is he somewhere down here? No, he's not. Okay. I'm sobering up as well, so I best... Hang on. I need to find our man. He's probably upstairs for all I know. God damn it. Now I gotta fight some thugs. A friend recommended you Fairy Tail, but don't worry, the War Arc isn't that bad. I'm pretty sure the, like... Oh yeah, there is a War Arc in, Fairy Tail as well, I'm pretty sure. I think that's one of the funny things, is, technically speaking, I feel like every... like, a lot of the big shonen manga have a quote-unquote War Arc. And kick in the head. Hi there, Lucario. It has been a long time. How have you been? We're talking about our first anime. So like, what was the first anime that you were aware was an anime when you were watching it? So if you watched Pokemon before you knew of like the separation, that doesn't count. But if you knew what anime was and then you watched Pokemon, then Pokemon's your first one. Okay, where is he? Where the fuck is he? He's not... Okay, he's not in here. Also, look. Zebra. Zebra. Fairy Tail was good. My buddy... Da-da. Okay, so Jason's first anime was Sailor Moon. Good stuff. I remember Sailor Moon. I did not know Sailor Moon was an anime when I first saw it. Oh, Golden Suit. Yep, we are definitely going to be fighting you. You're going to use up the last of my booze. There we go. Ooh, a golden plate. Nice. Alrighty, so we're most likely not going to be able to get to that boss until, like, maybe nighttime, perhaps. Oh, I think I know where this thing is. I keep hearing it, and yep, there it is. Oh. The Distinguished Gentleman! You guess your first was Lupin the Third. You went and seen and liked Overlord. Hey, that's a good one. The first one you remember was Sherlock Hound. Oh, a furry one. Also, hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. Can you give yourself a shout out? Hang on. Oh my goodness, Blue's showing the... Surprise, chat. Alright, there we go. Sorry. Blue was showing off a peeled chicken nugget. And the thing is that Blue would say of like, oh, do you have your chicken nugget peeled or some shit? He wasn't the one that peeled his chicken nugget for the bit. It was me. I peeled the chicken nugget. Alright? Also, thank you for the 50 bits. It's Code. Just give me a second. I need to quickly get my, let me get the chicken nugget out, okay? Give me a second. Where's the nugget? Come on, stop taking time. Load, please. Where is... Ow! Oh, it's in my Telegram. That's where it is. It's gonna be in the group chat, no doubt. Okay, so there's all the different photos. There's the ringers. Here it is. Download the image. And then... So, chat. Do you have your chicken nugget peeled? Or unpeeled? Look at it. Look at it. That is some really high detailed hands, weirdly enough. Do not fart in my stream while there's a chicken nugget in here. You'll ruin the nugget. It doesn't have its protective coating. 1, hello coat. 2, hate that. Peeled chicken nugget is psychic damage to me. That's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point, is that the nugget is psychic damage to anyone. It's psychic damage to anyone looking at it. But here's the thing. Because I am the one responsible for peeling that nugget, I am immune. Hang on a second. I just saw a message. Wait. Oh my god, Pox! Also, why is my... Oh, that's why. Hang on a second. I need to fix that. How do I get my hair back? Sorry, I got so worried you made me lose my hair. There we go. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Sorry we got distracted. Also, Pox, you missed out on me presenting to you the peeled chicken nugget. I'm willing to show it to you again if you would like. Hopefully you had a wonderful time with Legia 2, the Dual Saga. I haven't played any of the Legias, I'm gonna be real with you. Hi there, Jovial Feline. Not the hair. What's up? We're here to hype you up. We're here to stay and watch you play. So what you doing today? I am going through Yakuza Kiwami 2. Pox, if you need to go and have like a de-stress, like get some water, get up, go to the bathroom, or just, you know, sit back and whatever you mahoozies you need to do, go ahead and do it. I will do my best to try and take care of your viewers and your chatters. I hope they had a wonderful time with you, and I'll do my best to make sure that they have a wonderful time with me. Having said that, I really want to show you the peeled chicken nugget. Have you ever seen a peeled nuggie? How strange. It smells so damn foul. Doesn't seem like the place has gotten much use lately. This note refers to shogi pieces. Okay, so king to the golden general, silver general to pawn. Okay, so... And then we got a shogi. From left to right, it's the gold general to a rook, to a king, to a pawn, to a bishop, to a silver general. Oh. So, okay, so we need... So, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So, alright, I know what this puzzle is. So, the number denoted on the shogi board means we need to get the number for where the king is sitting, where the gold general is, where the silver general is, and then where the pawn is. Because this is from 1 to 9. Okay, so we need to know king. So, king is... Okay, so third piece, so that's 5. So king is 5. To gold general, which is 8. To pawn... Oh, sorry. 5, 8, 5824. All right, so remember that number, 5824.
ん
5824.
おい
Yes! A shareholder's ticket? Nice. You gotta go, you got dinner is ready, you might be back. Not to worry, Jason, thank you so much. And I imagine Code's gonna go off and have dinner as well. I hope you have a wonderful time. I don't know why, but peeled chicken nuggets remind me of the era in my life where I peeled bananas and then would split it vertically into thirds. Okay, you're gonna need to give me visual on that one. Saw a video of someone using a potato peeler to peel a banana. Oh, that's terrible. Well done. Wasn't that simple? Now, go order a Christmas present at Comaine.
Boy.
What the? He hung up. Alrighty, I am such a genius. You know what, chat? We could probably go through a puzzle game at some point. Like, we could probably go through Myst or Professor Layton. I reckon I would do a good job at those puzzle games. Alright. So I need to get a Christmas present from this place here. Let me see if I can find a picture, because I currently don't have bananas. When I do get one, though, you will demonstrate. Thank you, Sage, for demonstrating on a banana. I was told to order a Christmas present. Please take a seat, sir. Mm-hmm. What am I eating? The Ryuma piece. Okay. Alright. It's a shogi piece denoting Ryuma, it said. What do you think it means? What a coincidence. Did you get to meet Jingaku?
Yeah.
No, but the latest hoop I jumped through ended up giving me the shogi piece. That's not a Ryuma piece, is it? Excuse me? Look, why don't you just give me the piece, bud? Not like it means anything to you, am I right? I'm still not sure what all this is about to mean, quite frankly. Then come on, hand over the piece. We're not going to just hand it over while we're in the middle of this wild goose chase. Want to explain why it's so important? What a yappy bitch. If you don't hand it over, it's gonna bring you pain. Alrighty then, suspiciously old man. Here we go. Boom. And... Aw, he's relatively strong, amazingly enough. We're gonna need to buff our character at some point. Bonk. Right in the back of the head. And right in the head again by a heel. Get kicked in the nuts. Oh my god! Bench. 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 I didn't think of anything clever for when I hit them with the bench. Damn you. So, care to tell us what was so important about this piece? It's your turn to be the yappy bitch. That piece, it was crafted by a master, considered a treasure among us shogi players. It's basically a golden ticket into even the most underground shogi parlors. Any shogi player worth his salt would kill to have one. So I guess I'm gonna tell you off the hook then. I won't show no mercy next time. You put it in the Discord under memes? Thank you so much. Thank you, Sage. Impressive work. That piece is quite coveted, so I'd be careful if I were you. Come on. How long do we have to play this stupid game? Oh, don't be that way. This is fun. For me, anyway. No hard feelings, I hope. I just want to know where Keima is. Show that piece to Santa Claus, and his red-nosed reindeer will guide the way. What? Santa Claus? This is getting even more ridiculous. That's all the help I'll give you. May your moves bring you closer to victory than ruin. Ugh. Alright, so we need to find a Santa.
行きましょう。
And it looks like there's multiple Santas in the area. Let's... That's not Santa. Oh, gold suit. Here we go. Sup. Prepare to get beat on. Such speed.
行きましょう。
Alrighty. That's not Santa. So we're looking for an old man in a suit of red where he will have a red-nosed reindeer.
何見とんねん。喧嘩売っとんのがおっさん。覚悟はできてるんやろな。
さすがに。はあ。さすがね。
Alright. I'll keep it noted to never wear a gold suit in front of... Yeah, don't wear a gold suit. I will think you're worth a lot of money, and I will demand money to help me, like, pay for my, crippling hamburger addiction. Okay, so we're looking for an underground shogi place. And our best means is... Oh. Alright, so... Wait, hang on. Do you hear that? Ah, Chris Smith! Okay, it's this guy. Something you need?
Oh.
Don't know how you got it. Ain't my circus, ain't my monkey. Follow me. Nice! Running here things from here today. Alrighty. We went through all this to get to an underground shogi place. To try and learn... more about... I'm guessing it's from that guy we're going to be learning information from. Just show him a picture of my kid and just be like, you want to see my kid?
杉浦平之助の作品やないか。よう手に入れたの。ほんで、誰と指したんや。
村井だ。
村井。
村井という男よ。
Most likely that old man there who, you know, piped up to his name.
This is 昭和59年名人戦最終局の142手目の場面や。ここで挑戦者の薮田は5-8馬と指して勝負に出た。だがこれが敗因で薮田は負けた。4-3に銀を打って王を固めるのが定石なことはプロなら誰でも。
Cookie for Pox! Thank you so much for sticking around, Pox. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
みんなはボンミスや言うが、わしにはそうは思えんかった。
It couldn't be chess.
若い女子に答えられるようなことは何一つあらへん。
Bullshit.
府警の別所からあなたのことを聞いてきたんです。安心してください。私は別所の部下です。人言派のことをお聞きしたいんです。
Alright, fine. Okay, he's not gonna flip the table over. That's good.
20数年前のカムロ町での事件、覚えていますよね。 私もその時に生き残った一人かもしれないんです。あの時現場にまだ物心がつかない子供はいませんでしたか？
一人おった。
詳しく聞かせてください。
何も知らんでも生きていけるのならその方がええ。
That is not your decision to
教え
make.
てください。
It is not your decision to just, say, oh, I'm going to withhold information that may be pertaining to your past. No, thank you.
薮田は名人戦に負けた後、公式戦から遠ざかって酒を浴びるほど飲んで体を壊して死んでしもた。絶対に名人になるんやと思っとったが、多分己の実力じゃ無理やいうことを悟ったんや。それが自分の運命やとな。
Kiryu was just standing there, just sort of being like, man, when do I start throwing punches? I can't handle this shogi nonsense. Like, the fuck am I supposed to do with a board?
そして死を選んだんや。人の人生っちゅうのは残酷や。あんたは今まで過去を知らんでも生きてくれたんや。余計なことを知っていらぬ運命を背負うことはない。
どんな過去でも受け止める覚悟はできています。だからあなたに会いに来たんです。お願いします。教えてください。話を聞くまで帰りません。お願いします。
What's your plan?
ありゃクリスマスの夜やった。
クリスマス？
お祭り気分のわしらの隙をつくように堂島組が襲ってきて、アジトにいた構成員は次々と砲撃。
あなたを
シルベスター・クリスタル。
あ
あ。あなたは河原さんと別所さんの助けで関西に逃れたのね。
せやけど本国から送られてきた構成員に居場所を突き止められてしもた。だがわしはこうして生き延びることができた。
Here you are.
どうして？
What a weird way to hold your cigarette.
仲間を撃ったんや。
生き残った他の二人を撃ったの？
ちゃう。キム・デジンとジヨンミンやない。
キム・デジンとジヨンミン？
当時2人は16歳やったが、なぜか難を逃れた。その後の行方はわからん。
それじゃあ、あなたが撃った仲間っていうのは誰なの？
実はあと2人おったんや。生き残りが。それはボスの女房とその子供や。
子供
Oh, we get a flashback of the Kazumi and the Dojima family at this point, so...
한정이 아니야. 내가 죽어도 조직은 영원해. 두고 봐라.
Noted. Well, to be fair, the Kazuma patriarch is dead, so probably does see him in hell. Okay. Oh, is the baby crying in real life or is the baby crying in the game? Okay, the baby crying was in the game, I believe. Uh-oh. Well, we know he's alive, so you did a shit job. You still had a bullet wound, so amazing that you did survive. Remember, chat, bullet wounds are fatal.
それからモライという名前をもらってこうして生き延びとるんや。
じゃあ狭山の父親は真言派のボス。
その後、ボスの奥さんと子供はどこへ？
河原さんがこっちへ逃がしたんや。
じゃああなたは自分が助かりたいためにその親子を本国の組織に売ったのね。
The names confuse me, I'm gonna be real with you, so a
その後その二人がどうなった
lot of this intrigue is getting lost on me a bit.
母親は死んで子供だけが助かったのよ。
ほんま、あんたがあん時の子供なんか。
その子の父親を殺したのは誰なの？
名前は知らんが顔はよう覚えとる。ひげを生やした男やった。
それは風間のおやっさんだ。
Is like
俺を育ててくれた。
Yep. Cause he was an assassin and shit. But Kazuma went and got an orphanage and like sponsored them and shit to try and repent for past sins. Incineroar! Okay. Things got violent very quickly. This is just a shogi parlor, fellas. Alrighty.
そうだ。ビルの爆破も誘拐もてめえらの仕業だな。
そうだとも。あんたには礼を言う。その裏切り者の居場所を突き止めてくれたんだからな。
この男に手出しする前に合田会長の居場所を吐かせてやる。
無駄や。そいつらは本国の精鋭部隊や。絶対に口を割るようなことはせん。
Is it because of the fact that you all have like little rings on their fingers that denotes them as elites?
合田会長の居場所を教えてもらおうか。
その前にあの世に送ってやる。
I don't suppose you're willing to tell a dead man then, but you know. Gotta do the best we can with what we got. There we are. Damn it. Oh, that's Sim, so he's nearly done. There we go. Well, that's him down. There we go. Hong Dong down. Hopefully this is... Yep! There we go. Got ourselves plenty of experience for that. You done goofed! Kiryu-sama canonically does not lose any of his fights. Oh. They were here for only one thing. We're gonna need to get him out of there. Oh. Oh, that's a terrible suicide. That's terrible.
それが人言派の掟や。わしも掟に従っておけばよかったんや。
Not worth.
昔他人様に散々迷惑をかけた男が人並みに幸せな生活を送りたいのだと思ったんが間違いやったんや。
What a fool.
目に逆らったらあかんのや。
I'm pretty sure we can beat fate.
あの時死んでしまえばよかったんや。あの世で
Pretty sure we can beat
お
fate.
ふくろさんに娘さんは立派になったと報告しとくわ。幸せになるんやで。
Okay. I don't know Shogi, so I don't know the move you just made and how, like... Never mind. Let's just live with the revelations. Moving on. Majima Saga Chapter 3 has now been unlocked. You can access it from the title screen. Probably not gonna bother playing the Majima Saga, I'm sorry to say. Chapter 12. Osaka Castle. How many chapters are there in Yakuza Kiwami 2?
聞いてくれるか。あのクリスマスの夜、俺は堂島組の事務所に行った。風間のおやっさんは毎年クリスマスになると俺たちの個人ひまわりへ顔を出してくれていた。だがあの日おやっさんは来なかった。俺はおやっさんに何かあったのかと思い一人カムロ町へと向かった。
Oh my god, he's a young kid.
お久しぶりです。
何しに来た？
お話があるんです。
今日はダメだ。
What do you want to talk about, kid?
帰れ。いつもは優しいおやっさんだったがその時は違った。
Interesting that he has like a little dragon thingy-majiggy on his jacket as well. So I don't know how many kids would have been able to be allowed to have like a dragon thingy-majiggy on their jacket, but it was kind of cool that even at a young age, Kiryu like dragon motif.
お前が俺たちを逃がしてくれるというのか。ただしこの町から出ていくことが条件だ。罠じゃないだろうな。二人の会話は聞こえなかった。俺はおやっさんが危ないと思い体を張って助けようと思った。仲間を呼んで裏口から逃げるんだ。このままだと全滅するのは時間の問題だ。俺を信用しろ。カズマ、やり罠だったんだな。待て、そいつは登場界の人間じゃない。
Most like, yeah, you got the job.
風間さんが危ないと思ったから。
That explains the lying dog sentiment.
風間のおやっさんは俺を助けようとしてその男を撃ったんだ。俺がその男、お前の父親を殺したようなもんなんだ。俺を撃たないのか。どんな償いでもすると言ったろ。
かっこつけるのもいい加減にして。親の仇を取らせれば自分が犯した罪が軽くなるとでも思ってんの？罪を償うから俺を殺せだなんて。人はね、そんな簡単に割り切って生きてゆけないのよ。
Well, that's good. She's got, like, you know... Oh my god, Kiri, did you just sit at the fucking river all day? God damn. Holy shit, the rain was like such a high quality. Why did they have to make rain look so good at this moment? Why are there moments like these? Like, Yakuza Like a Dragon had the fucking, like, bread scene. This one had the rain. Like, why did we need, like, such a high detailed river rain, like, scene? Oh my God.
罪を償うから俺を殺せだなんて。人はね、そんな簡単に割り切って生きてゆけないのよ。
This man is gonna catch a cold. Oh, that is some sneaky shit right there. That is some sneaky shouju. Do not pull it out. You pull it out, you're gonna have internal bleeding. You're gonna need to keep it in there. No! Kiryu! Now we have two problems. You're wet and you got a stab wound. You better be close to a doctor. God fucking damn it. No, you're right. You're right. No one does the head to Aoi before you collapse. Cure yourself with fatigue over time, running into people. Great. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, this is Lady Alias. We're trying to save Kiryu! He did- Ah, Sky! fuck it.
Sipping time sponsored by Lady Alias.
I am going to need to get another bottle of... I'm going to need to get another bottle in order to do the sippies, I'm sorry to say. Give me a moment. Oh, would you look at that? I just got full health from that. There we go. Where the fuck am I go? Oh, I see where I'm going. I see where I'm going. Alright, so... You...
Night Sky Gem paid me to say I'm off to bed now, you woo. Have a good night, Brant, and everyone else in chat.
You have a good night too, Sky. Thank you so much. Get the blood pumping with an open wound is exactly how it would go. Oh my god, look at me go. Like a fucking stealth ninja. Just past 3 people, no problems, after 1 fight. Alright. I'm gonna get some water. Hang on a second. There's going to be a short 30-second break while I go and get myself a bottle of water, okay? Be right back. I need to get water. Advertisement ended. Excellent. Thank you so much, Lady Alias, for the hydrate. Sippy time.
Goryu会は蒼天堀のあたりで派手にやったせやな。あれは韓国の連中が勝手に跳ねただけ。ほう、今まで散々奴らつこて大騒ぎしとったやないか。まあ、ほとんどが空騒ぎで終わっとるがな。喧嘩売っとんのか。挑発に乗るな。お前も少しは大人になったの。せやけど、近江連合の跡目はもうわしのもんや。
Do you now? Why would you? What the fuck?
こいつつこて、桐生の首取るで。
God damn you. Also, hi there, King Callum. A royal hello to you too. Someone stole my shirt. I don't know who. Actually, no, it was Lady Alias that stole my suit.
わしのやり方で登場会と桐生やるだけじゃ。よっしゃ。ほな一丁派手に近江の跡目合戦といこうやないか。
God damn it. Alright. So, we gotta get our girl back. Well, she's not our girl explicitly, but she's like our girlfriend's daughter, who she got from an affair with like a politician. So, we're trying to do our best to take care of her because, you know, orphanage and what have you.
カオルのことでちょっとな。
ちょっとね。
彼女のことで。
まあ。そんなことよりこれ。
お。
これは。
ねえ知らんけどあんたのジャケットに入っとったで。
いつの間に。
There is no way he. Jesus, that. Oh, I thought it was inside jacket pocket, but goddamn, that is some sticky fingers. We have your precious child in Sengoku.
止めても無駄や思うけど、その傷や。無理したら命取りになるで。
I ain't pushing my luck. I got medicine. I just need to take a quick swig, get some booze in me, and we'll be golden.
彼女は来なかったか?
I should be back here at all.
カオルのことやったら、ガーラさんに任しとき。
Hi there, Xerix. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Kiryu got stabbed while he was like sulking at a river until it rained. You Kiryu? Who are you? How'd you get this number? Those ain't the questions that matter, fool. You want Haruka? Then listen up. Where is she? If you've hurt her, no more questions. If you want her back, get down to the Yokobori Golf Center. And come alone.
Boy.
You dealing with a cramp? I'm sorry to hear that, Xerix. I hope the cramp calms down and you're like just remember to try and like don't be rough, just try and smooth it out. Have a little bit of heat. Heat helps circulate the blood to try and get the, the blood flowing and the cramp doesn't stick in one place. Alrighty. I need to get to a golf center. I also need to make sure I have drugs. Okay, I've got plenty of drugs. Accidents for aiding digestion. Tax free? Oh, hey, look, a maid outfit. Alrighty, over into the other side we go. And away we go. Also, I should probably double check. Is there anything I can upgrade stat-wise? I can increase my health, my defense. So I've maxed out my attack as much as I can with the limit to 4. Slightly increase the combat speed. Double quick step. Can't do that. Can't do the relentless blows. Can't increase the boost. Hold down while unarmed. Extreme heat mode. What is school spears? Shit. Not enough. Hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. Been doing that and then using an ice pack as someone suggested. It's my neck, which is causing a headache. Ooh, okay. Alright, rest easy with the neck then. Hopefully you will get better. Alrighty. No, we're not dealing with you. We gotta... Hello?
Boy.
Alright, so he's gonna get information. Out of the way. I'm just making sure not to do anything crazy. Fair enough, fair enough. Be sure to also, like, if you can, like, have, like, a sort of lean back in your seat to try and remove as much of the weight on your neck and shoulders as you can as well. But not like fully back, so you want to try and have like a pillow to support. Hello.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I need to fight this guy in order to... Alright, time to fight this guy. Honestly ridiculous, but okay. Well, that works. Where is he? Midoriyama building in West Shuko, second floor. I will deal with that another time. In the meantime, I need to now take an elevator.
Boy.
Where's Haruka? Did you leave Sengoku's oaks? You're spewing nonsense. Ain't no matter anyway. You won't be leaving this place alive. Nice try, unknown man. Counter. Your chair doesn't have a... I'm sorry about that. Boom. Oh, there goes the input thing again. Do you see it? There we go! Got him! What do you know? Where's Haruka? Where's Sengoku? I don't know enough. Who hired you? Say it before I don't make sure you can't. Darn. Oh, I only 8% himbo. Sorry about that. Kiryu, got some news for you. Just wish there was good news. You gotta get down to the river path. Lickety split. Meet me there, yeah? Alrighty. Gotta head down to the river. God damn, more of you thugs. Fine, let's fight you delinquents. Hi there, Masonic. You're addicted to YouTube shorts? Oh my goodness. I am nearly the same sort of thing with the TikToks, I will be real with you as well. There we go. There we go. 61% himbo as well for you, Xerx. It's pretty good. Alrighty, inventory. Nope, not that. Equipment. There we go. Alright, so this one we can drop. We've got the sacred wooden thing. We've got a modeled gun. Gonna move you to there. Move you to there. Old wooden thingamadoogies. Alright, cool. And then baseball bat, we're gonna change to... Let's give the pliers a try. Alrighty, we gotta get down to the river. Out of the way! Also, I might need to eat. Yep, I need to eat. Not as impressive as what it was last time, and it was after changing my profile picture too. Sorry about that. That's how the cookie crumbles some days. 10. There we go. That should give me the most amount of food. There we go. It's the Yokai collab return for Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, nice! I was not aware that crossover was happening again. Or is this the first time it's happening? I don't know. Okay. This way to the river. Yonk, down this way. Out of the way, out of the way. Glad you're here, bud. Yeah. What's this bad news? If this is about Haruka, yeah. That. Afraid I can't tell you. What? See, I already got word that you took out the heavy at the golf center. I called him out all the way from Harushuko on this job. You're a tough nut to crack, pal. Didn't figure on you being that tough, though. Wait, don't tell me. I got the distinct feeling I shouldn't let you out of my sights. You got the look of a man worth a mountain of cash, Kiryu-han. Figured it was only a matter of time till I could find a way to collect on you. Well, today's the day, boss. No hard feelings, of course. That was your doing? How much have you known this whole time? Yeah, my big mouth. Let's cut this chit-chat, Sawi. You've been good to me, bud, but I got money on the mind, you know? Let's get your string up and put on a spit. Sadly, Sage and Reaper won't get anything. Nice. Got you out of the way. Get you out of the way. Ooh! Oh, I don't like the look of that. Oh. Oh. Where's Haruka? Keep it short. And if I don't like your answer, the river's right there. It was Sasaki. He hired me. Said if I sunk your ass, he'd give me 10 mil. I've always been a sucker for cash. And besides, to do business in this town, you gotta stay on Sengoku's good side. Where is he? He's hiding out in the acupuncture clinic. I actually need to be at the acupuncture clinic for some other stuff as well, so this will be a good time to learn where the fuck the acupuncture clinic is. Woman groans from just a slight love tap.
No.
The hunt for Tatsu. I don't give a shit about Tatsu. Oh my god. This way. We do not care about Tatsu at this point. We have other business to attend. Also, have I eaten everything here? Basically. Alright. Stiff neck. Alrighty, so an acupuncture clinic. Well, we can't all be acupuncturists. Nope, not there. Seriously, the acupuncture clinic was right here? Nope. There we go. Sup? Receiving it will allow you to tap into your hidden potential and learn. There's a requirement that must be met in order to... You cannot... Not clicking for you. Most ways don't figure it until they have a session here. First session's on me. Alright. We're in the back room. 5% there, sorry, Masonic. Aw, 61's alright.
Oh.
The break fall recovery. Recover in the middle of getting knocked down. Nice. Alrighty, cute. Cool, so... that was the acupuncturist. Royal Joker. Oh, okay, so we need to go here, then go down here.
Boy.
Stop. No. Oh my god, why didn't you just stand in front of him? Alright, fine. Never mind. Come on. There we go, and disarm. Mine now. Got him. Ooh, 82% cute. Nice levels there, Masonic. You're out of places to run, so talk. Where is Sengoku? Where is Haruka? If I tell you, I may as well be signing my own death warrant. Then would you prefer to get a running start, or let me sign it for you right now? Moshi Moshi. Sengoku-han says I should bring you to him. If I go, I'm dead for sure. Go by your damn self. Where? Osaka Castle. You know when you get there. I know it's a little late to ask, but I'm on borrowed time here. You wouldn't want to protect me, would you? Yeah, right. Try praying at Billiken over there. It's over. I'm finished. Alright, T. Yep, we're doing fine as far as... oh, actually, that reminds me. Is he on the roof or something? Oh, come on, stop doing the glitchy thingy-madiggy. I feel like it does it, like, the closer I get to... Ow. Hi there, Dekus. Welcome to the stream. Can we get a shout-out for Dekus if one of my moderators is in the chat? Hi, welcome. I did not know until this evening that there was a Yakuza film. I also want to try and get to, like, wherever this boss is, but there isn't an obvious way of getting to him as far as, like, because if I go down here, like, I don't see his, like, red thingy-madiggies. I don't see, like, the, oh, there's a boss here kind of thing. Like, there's just gamblers here, which isn't the same. So, he's not, like, explicitly in here. But apparently, like, he's somewhere here? Oh, there's another upstairs. Hang on a second. Let's see where this leads. Nothing here. Like, I just want to fight this dude. And I have no clue where he is. Is he down here? Oh, apparently there's something here. There we go. Oh, that's just a peerless tile, so not the same. Okay, so it's another floor up. Alright, hang on. Ah. A ninja. Alrighty, what happens if I try and kick this ball into the goal? Here we go. Goal! I thought there was gonna be something. What do you want with me? Alright, we're fighting a ninja. Here we go. There we go. Nice try. Good try, but you did a bomb at the wrong time. There we go. Well, he got defeated. I concede my conceit as much. I'll never lay a hand on you again. I'll give you this as proof of my word. Thank you for the sword. I appreciate it. Okay, equipment. The crowbar is nearly gone. That's fine, so we'll discard that one. Put the next crowbar in there. And make our way back down. And we now have to head to Osaka Castle, which can be done from any castle, let's see. From any, from any taxi. So we're just gonna go down to this bottom one here. Although, I might need to get something to eat. Food or drink?
Ho ho.
Ho ho. Oh. Ho ho. Alrighty. Best to go in fully prepared. We are fully prepared. I've got potions, I've got heat, I've got other stuff, and I've got weapons. To Osaka Castle. It's amazing how the game spams attacks as much as the player does. Yeah, it's pretty close. Sorry, stretching. That does not fucking happen at Osaka. That is horseshit. That is not real. Don't fuck with me, Japan. That is not in a castle. The fuck is this? Am I going into Palace of the Dead? Am I going into Heaven on High? Ridic. Absolute ridic.
天守閣におるわ。まあ、最上階までたどり着くのは無理やろな。こいつの弾、取ったりや!
Here we go. This game is 100% accurate. I don't think it's accurate, Popcat. Where the fuck would Samurai come out of? God damn it, the fan broke. There we go. And you're down. Fuck you. Jesus. Are you? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Well, at least you get damaged by your own shit. Oh, oh, ninjas! There we go. Well, those ninjas have been pieces of cake. I should probably see if there's like a new thingy-majiggy. I can boost my health if I want to. Can I start using... So, no, there! Do you see it? I wasn't using my controller, like... Oh, never mind. Okay, so this is the breakfall recovery, which we unlocked. Must learn the thingy-majiggy at the acupuncture. Unlocked after remembering it at the acupuncture. Here it is. The ultimate way of the spear passed down improves attacks with spears. Yep. And then... reading the technology primer. Which means reading this technique tome. And then, is there anything else? Tissues lets you draw 13 orphans. No idea what 13 orphans is. Alright, back to stats. So that unlocked the Lotus School. That unlocked the breakdancing. Can't do that. Essence of pliers on the nails or the teeth. When an enemy attacks, press Y while holding clippers. Essence of the pole staff. Must limit break stats and satisfy the proper conditions. Learn from Kamiyama videos. Essence of the Lotus Spear. Leak, pot, the guitar. And then these are all the life skills. Hey, there we go. So that gets nearly all the, well, not all of them, but close to. Then we just need the alcohol tolerance to go up. Okay, so to do the maximum XP game, we need 999 of the heart thing and 999 of the book. And Knife sends him seeking aid, but shrugs off a polearm. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh, and then, because we can. There we go. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna put that ninja dagger away for safekeeping. God, this fucking oh! There we go. God damn, the spear is good. The spear is mighty, and unfortunately we can't put it away. Oh, why'd you drop the spear? Ooh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. Oh, god damn you. Best part of the fucking castle so far. Thank you for providing me. So useful. Yep, I will take that. What's up here? Can I climb this? Yes, I can. Excellent. What's up here? Anything good? No. Anything good up here? No. Anything good up here? Oh, there's something good up here. Nourishment. Cool. Alright, drop down. Oh my. Oh. Okay, I swear the Mount Roulette has a mind of its own. It keeps picking the perfect amount for whatever I'm doing. It keeps picking the Choin something amount. A paper lantern. Nice. Alrighty. Pliers time. Fingernail, please. You are a pushover in a lot of these stages, aren't you? Jesus, how have I been missed? Oh my god. Oh, oh, Jesus. There we go. I'm alive. I'm alive. Alright, cool. Equipment. Remove that. Drop the pliers to take on... What was the thing I picked up? The ninja dagger. Here we go. Nice. So that only has 6 thingy-majiggies, but it provides stunning. Alright. Nourishment of the King. Restores heat and thingy-majiggies. Nice. Alrighty, Kiryu.
さすがやな。ようここまでたどり着いたわ。
You underestimate the Dragon of Dojima there.
まあ待て。はるか。はるかを離せ。そないなでかい声出されたら わしのペットが目覚ましてしまうやないか。
That's cheating! We're gonna fight fucking tigers?
こいつら腹すかしとっての。悪いけど、餌になったりや。骨まで噛み砕いとるや。
Okay. And there has to be 2 of them as well. Thank you for the clarification that these are fierce tigers. Oh my god, they are strong. And they will take quite a bit. Oh, what's the button prompt? What's the button prompt? There's a button prompt. Oh, dodging. Dodging. Button prompt, please. Do not get bitten by the tiger! You are not eating the Zeebs. Fuck off. Got ya, Nard. You deserve that. Oh, there's an advertisement going on. God damn you. Ow. Ow. Crowbar time. Nourishment. Hang on a second. Oh my god, I'm walking on fucking... Alrighty, here we go, and... Whoop! Oh! Don't hate! Oh! Yes, that was good. Jesus Christ. Well, Sengoku is afraid. That's good. You had to Google crystal beer. It did not disappoint. Yeah. Because it was used in Star Wars advertisement, which is funny. Oh.
親の七光のくせしよって何言うとるんじゃ。黙れやボケ。
You watched the Lord of the Rings ones? Oh yeah, those are fan made.
これで邪魔者は消えた。
Give me Haruka. I do not trust you with her.
いよいよあさってや。わしら総力を挙げてカムロ町に攻め込む。覚悟はええな。ああ。
Alright, we're gonna have to give it everything we got.
Go ごめんな。またこんな思いをさせてしまった。
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. We still had a stab wound to deal with, didn't we?
しっかりしておじさん。傷口が少し開いたみたいね。傷口？大丈夫よ。すぐに良くなるわ。よかった。
なぜここに？
ママからメモのこと聞いたの。
そうか。
無事でよかったわ。またカッコつけちゃって。このアホ。
はい、これでよし。
Thank you.
これ一体どういうことなの？
どうした？
ママが残していった走り書き。
なんて書いてある？
Why do you sound so calm?
だから桐生さんを信じてあげて。
生きている。
生きているって言ったって、一体どこの誰なのよ。
Probably watching you from a
こんな
distance
メモ
for all
残
we
してどこ
know.
行ったんだろう。
民生さんの姿が見当たらないのか？
この辺りを探してくるわ。
誰がいなくなったの？
あの女の人の今のお母さんだ。
Once again, I can't read this. Like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, like, you've done the English translation for a lot of things, so you could have maybe have done it for that, and it would have been much appreciated. Is this your first time in Kansai, Haruka? Yeah, I didn't get to go on too many trips or anything. Right. Well, what do you say we go exploring for a bit? Can we? Yay! Let's go. Oh, you can read it, Pokes? Nice. Oh, surpassing your limits. Dragon no Dojima, this is my final message to you. Your training is not yet at an end. Raise your stats to their highest possible levels and you will gain the ability to surpass your limits. Aim to become the strongest man in the world. Boost weapon attack. The plunger is funny. Alrighty. hang on. Let me just put some stuff away. Put you away. Put you away. The Demon Blade is very expensive. So that's the Eye of the Dragon. I need to figure out, like, what the combo is to go with the Eye of the Dragon. Because, like, a bizarre red stone that emits a powerful glow. I imagine there's other stones out there that we're going to need to deal with and what have you. Alrighty. Yeah, I can help if need be. Noted. I should learn Japanese at some point. Could be good. Oh yeah, I want to go to the acupuncturist. Hang on a second. I should check out the acupuncturist again, because he might have a new thing for me after after that mission. Because I should have unlocked his recovery thing. Alrighty.
Oh?
Ooh, the Breakfall Strike. Nice. So yeah, my stats are like now A rank, and they're like, you know, going beyond. Even further beyond. And then I have all these extra missions to do. Alrighty, there you are. Oh wait, let's go for a walk. Let's walk. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Oh my god, they're holding hands! Oh, look at them. They're holding hands. Isn't it sweet? Look at them. They're holding hands. How sweet. Hey, what was up? You okay? A big giant pufferfish hanging over it. Alright, let's go. Alright. Stick with me, kid. Alright, so we're looking for a giant pufferfish. You okay? You okay? Alright, okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Okay, I don't understand the point of his car in the middle of the road. Who?
はるかの知り合いか？
違うよ。福永さくら、女優さんだよ、有名な。
じゃあ社長、来期のドラマの件よろしくね。
ああ、わかった。投資に任せてくんかい。
綺麗な人だったね。
I do like redheads, so yeah, she was. She very much was. But Kiryu probably doesn't care. Get your fucking fingers away from her. You there, little angel. Step back. 6 feet. Step back right now. What are you trying to get from me, please? Get the fuck away.
Hmm?
What's going on? This angel's daddy. I ain't nobody suspicious, so allow me to introduce myself. You are a TV producer. That is suspicious. I'm the president of Sotonbori Productions. Oh, so even worse, he's a president. Talent agency. Got the wings of an angel, and with our help, she could learn to soar. What do you think? I can practically guarantee she'll be one of the hottest acts in Japan. I don't know if it's because of the knife wound, the recent fight with literal tigers, or just her kidnapping, but I'm a bit worried about this. Yep, I have a cell.
Nani?
Weird. Okay, so we got a ways to go. Alright. Is there... Okay. Do we want to keep at walking pace? Do we want to, like, be hand in hand? Or do we need to run and do, like, a quest? Because I will be real with you. It is a ways away. And if she, like, does the whole, like, leaping away thing because of, like, physics stuff, I feel like we're just gonna have to... Just... You're fine. Just... There we go. Excuse me, but I am walking with my girl. You can... Alright, we're doing this? Alright, we're doing this. Stay away from my little girl! Extra violence. Alrighty, let's go. I could sprint this, but I very much like the idea of just Kiryu just having a slow moment and being happy. Look at him. Look at him! Isn't he happy? Welcome home, Izzy. Glad that you're able to make it safe and you're not using your mobile data. We just stabbed a man because he tried picking a fight with us because, you know, Haruku. Meanwhile, a president of a production house tried approaching us and wanted Haruku to, like, go into, like, the movie industry or some shit, and I was just like, nope. You know what? Well, let's go into Zawile Jackson. Let's get something to eat. Oop. In we go. Watch as I eat everything off the fucking menu. I will grow under any circumstances.
気に入ったぜ。さあ、行くか。
Alrighty.
ありがとうございました。
Look at that. Like, isn't that lovely? Like, if you're slow enough and such, and then you just stop walking, and she's like, rather than just standing around like the other NPCs that, like, follow you and shit, she, like, gets onto your hand, and you just, like, go, like, yep, okay. Kajiwara said Kojima would be inside. Haruku, I'm going to need to do something important. Give me a minute, please. There's a missing girl, and we are going to save her. I am an absolute menace. Where's Miki? Why? What's your angle? You looking for some fun? I'm the one asking the questions here. Now tell me where Miki is. Doesn't matter. You're a dead man. Can't let you keep snooping around. Pay's too good to have you ruin it all. Really? Then you should have brought more than 3 guys. Alright, we're trying to save Miki, by the way. There we go. Where's Miki? Tell me where Miki is. Just don't kill me. Start talking. Gandhara. Booth number 5. You wanted to mention specifically you wouldn't want fancy military uniforms because then what they didn't tell you was the Germanies were unwieldy and uncomfortable. That is fair enough. Fashion is unwieldy, and I would prefer to have pockets, motion, and breathability. I am 4 keys away from getting all of the thingies. Haruka? There you are! Men my age. How old do you think I am? Goodness gracious. How old does she... Hey, man, dude. Do not separate me from my daughter, thank you very much. Come on. Oh, no, I didn't mean to hit you like that. Come on. Just... God damn, this bridge is busy. Okay, hang on. Let's just... You just... Hold on to my hand, please. Hold it. Thank you. Moshi moshi. Oh.
Hmm? Boy.
How'd you get my number? You got this game down, sir, and I couldn't let that little girl slip through the cracks. Fuck off. Nope. Just don't. Stay away. She's like less than 10 right now. Lady, back off. Thank you. Nope. Okay, there we go. Sir, no one respects kids anymore. Excuse me. Fuck you. If you see us holding hands, don't split us. Goodness. Oh, wait, did I just... Fucking fine. 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 Let's just... That's not how you describe it. It is not. And I'm ready to beat the shit out of him. And these thugs are being outplayed by a girl.
Huh?
Huh?
Registration fees, lesson fees, headshot costs adding up. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna have to have a little chat. Hi. I'm only here to let you say what you wanted to say. Don't make any assumptions. Sounds awfully generous. Still can't imagine Haruka in show business. I want her to live a good, honest life. Yakuza types, huh? Two, three, four, I think. Oh. Okay, so Kiryu is going to have a bit of a crisis. Is he actually thinking this? You gonna start lying down? Not to worry, Pox. Thank you so much for raiding in earlier, and I really appreciate you sticking around. You didn't have to do that. I really appreciate the time you put in and for staying around and lurking and what have you. I hope you have a wonderful rest.
Yeah.
I'd never do this without getting her feeling on the idea first. Nani? Oh, we gotta get parent mode activated.
Oi.
Fools from a rival agency. Haruka. These punks need some lessons in how to do business. God, yeah. Stay away from my daughter. Yeah.
Yeah.
なんで勝手に決めるの？冗談じゃないわよ。
ええ、お父さんは君の人生の種を考えて。
私は今のままで十分幸せなの。
はるか、聞いてくれ。
いや、おじさんも私を捨てるの？
That's not the intention. I will be real with you. I wouldn't give you up if I was in these shoes. Hi there, Jack.
またお前に怖い思いをさせる。
怖くなんかない。いつもおじさんが守ってくれたから。どうしても私を置いていくって言うなら一人でも会いに行くよ。カムロ町までおじさんに会いに。
はるか。
さあ帰るよ。
Thank Christ there's someone in this, like...
ちょっと待ってな。ここまでしてわし空振りかいな。なせっしょうな。わしの金の卵が。
Move
わ
on.
しのダイヤの原石が。
I had a bad feeling about you at the start.
その笑顔。何でも許したくなるその笑顔が君の武器やで。
バイバイ。
Bye bye.
ほなさいなら。
If for whatever strange reason Kiryu doesn't punch him, I will. The thing that got me annoyed as well is that, like, there were some parts where, like, Kiryu's having these thoughts and such, but, like, oh my gosh. I don't think I would get to that point. Not before, like, chatting with Haruku about this and getting to this stuff. One who's always practicing down the river. She works at the bar. Oh, okay, we're going down to the river. You wanted to as well, but Alright, Singer is over in Stygies. Alright. Hold on, hold on. Yay! Let's go. Okay, moment's gone. Alright. We're sprinting. We have moved, like, up and down this city. Oh my. Alright, fine, let's deal. Give me a minute, Haruka. Ow, fuck you. So close. I wanted to throw him off the river. What chapter are you on? I am currently on chapter 13, settling the accounts. So, all right, yeah, we need to go into Zeba, which is over here. Aww. I like when she just like goes think, like she just heat actions. Ah, okay. Yeah, all right, on our way. You've been at a lot of bars, I realized. Just, you know, don't get any bad influences, okay? Like, you don't do requests, girlie? That's how this goes? Sir, it's just so sudden, Shut up and sing already. No, I'm not a good singer. I don't care if you're tone deaf. How hard is it to get some damn singing here? I don't want to disturb anyone else here. I'm sorry.
Oi.
Hey. Quit pestering her. You expect her to sing when she's this uncomfortable? Heh. Talk about your buzzkills. I'm done here. And I ain't never coming back. I'm sorry. That was so embarrassing. It wasn't your fault. Don't worry about it. Osaka Takayoki. Okay. Alright, in the elevator we go. I like how we just like... Seems you begun Haruka's own side thing? Yes. So, we're right now going through that right now. Did you not? Where am I? There we go. There we go. Okay, so we need to somehow... Oop, sorry. Didn't mean to, like, break hands that quickly. Alright. Avoid the bicycles. There we go. Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh my goodness, there's a raid? Valkyrie Nixia, hi, welcome. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. What's the message you just sent? Incoming mercenary wave. Don't mind the armored truck that's just rammed through the wall. We're just merely deploying tactical hugs and cookies. Ooh, you mean cookies like these? I got cookies like these. I also have hugs. I got so many. Cookie for Jack Ryden. Here's your cookie. So yeah, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful time playing the Yakuza series. I know it's probably getting late for you, Valkyrie, so if you need a de-stress or, you know, step away or anything like that, you're more than welcome to do so. I will do my best into keeping your viewers and the lurkers all satisfied. Sound good? I hope you had a wonderful time. I am currently going through Yakuza Kiwami 2. I am having a fun time. We got Haruka with us. We're holding hands. No. Don't know who you are. No idea. You lost your memory, have you? Go to the hospital. I guess I could punch you a few times. I don't have time for this. Sorry. I am with my daughter Haruka. Oh, sorry. Oh, hang on a second. We gotta go down this way. Also, why are you... Hello?
Kiryu-san.
Mars fighters.
Tanomasu.
Minamizawa. Cool stats. You did? It's barely afternoon here, but it was derping around since morning. Fair enough. Oh yeah, time zones. Yeah, so the European times. Like, I was thinking the American times, because American times are like the, it's like 4 in the morning or something like that, but European times, it's the middle of the day. It's perfectly fine. You enjoy singing, I take it. Oh, you're the man from the bar. You've got a great voice. Why don't you have more confidence? I just don't. What do you mean? I do love to sing. I wanted to do it professionally for a while. I even took a bunch of voice lessons. I was almost sure I was on the cusp of my big debut. But I should have known better. My agency was... Oh, another raid! Hi there, passenger. Welcome to the stream. Hi, welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Right now, I go through an assortment of different games that you might consider part of like the canon for, you know, video game enthusiasts. Right now, I'm going through the Yakuza series, and we're currently at Yakuza 3. Sorry, not Yakuza 3. Sorry, fuck that. Yakuza Kiwami 2. I hope you had a wonderful time playing the Universe Sim, passenger. If you need to de-stress, get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, or put an end to your day. Understandable, you're more than welcome to do so, and I'll do my best with your viewers. Otherwise, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful time. America time is 7:30 apparently right now. All of a sudden, I was knee-deep in debt and it took a toll on my family. I was out on the streets when the owner of the bar took me in. Hey, little Incineroar, you can't be stealing my shirt after 2 different raids. That's really terrible, and I'm sorry. But you still want to sing, don't you? All the bad luck in the world shouldn't make you dream less worth pursuing. That's beautiful, but idealistic too. How could I tell that to this barkeeper? He's the only reason I'm even alive. I'm sorry. I ought to be going. Oh yeah. Universe Sim was good, but alas, you're tired, so you're gonna head to the cave. Have a good stream. Not to worry, passenger. I assumed you would need to rest up. You rest up, and I hope you have a wonderful rest. Alrighty. Back to the bar. I was willing to, like, just, you know, walk around everywhere with Haruka in my hand, but it's getting later and later into the night, and it's probably better that I just run around everywhere. Oh. It's you. This asshole, took one look at Haruka and was just sort of like, oh, an angel, a diamond in a rough. She's gonna make it big. She's gonna be huge. It's like, just like, nope, straight, just like, you know, fucking alarm bells were going off in my head. You still don't get it, mister. If persistence is what it takes to change your mind, then I ain't afraid to pull out on all the stops. Dude, she said no.
Yeah.
This isn't about money. You're gonna have to forget about her.
Boy.
You know what? There's someone I'd like you to meet now that I think about it. Be quiet and follow me. Okay, cool. We're gonna be introducing him to... What a voice. The angels are crying and the tears are piercing my heart. My spines shiver. She's exactly what I've been searching for. A million seller. I can feel it. Your agency will give her the same life you promised for Haruka? My man, I've heard the siren song and I am entranced. She ain't slipping away. I need paperwork right now. Just gotta call up my boys real quick. Good for you. Alright. And we're on our way back to the bar. We need to get our way back to Kamurocho. I think it means he'll leave Haruka alone. Alright, there's no doors. No more, what's-a-mahoozy things to open up. That's fine. Yep, okay, we're running the right direction. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, cool. Cool. And our stomach isn't empty yet, so we're gonna keep on running. And then up the stairs we go. Wait, what? Oh! there's a side quest thing with... Okay, so we need to find the giant octopus. And... Okay, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Oh,
Glug, 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 glug,
God damn
glug.
it. Alright, hang on. Ding, ding, bing, bing, boom. Hey, no! Don't you fucking dare. My gun. There we go. Boom. And stab. Darn it. She has a bunch of quests for you that she'll give you stuff for as gaining her trust. Ah, okay, I see. Oh, is there like a thing for... Ah, never mind. I guess I had to grab him. There we go. Alright. No, we're not bringing on the dominatrix. Okay, so we need to go to... So yeah, so we need to head to Sotenbori. And we're going for some Akashiyaki. Okay, so we just need to find the giant octopus that is on this street. That's a crab. These are delinquents. Okay. And there it goes, doing the input lag thingy-majiggy. It's making me run around like an idiot. There we go. Is that what she's talking about? It's a giant octopus. That might be it. Yep. Oh, Haruka. Haruka. Wait. Renowned Akashiyaki. There we go. First they cook it till it's all round and fluffy, and then you dip it in the broth. Okay. Okay, I see. Oop. Sorry, Haruka. What do you want next? Oop. Hello? Oh, nice. We got another guy who does things. Cool. Do you have... Okay, let's see if we can get into a restaurant and get some food. Who are you?
Kiryu-san.
Ah, nice. Okay, cool. So we've got 10 recruits. Oh, what do you want? Virtual On. They have it at Club Sega, and you can be a robot that shoots other robots. Oh, I know the game they're talking about. Hang on a second. Also, where's the... Sorry. In here. And then... Hi there. So we've had all that. So we get this, we get that. 50 and 60. Alright, we're gonna go with this one. That fills our stomach. Nice. So many levels. Alright. Fully healed. Alright, now we gotta get to Club Sega. Virtual On.
Sega! Just gonna go for the first one. So beams, bombs.
Round one. Get ready.
Oop. God, this is such a weird system. Got him.
Round two. Get ready.
There we go. Win 3 rounds for the request. Oh my goodness.
Round one. Get ready.
Oh. How do I rotate faster? There we go. Here we go, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Bomb? Bomb? Got him.
Round two. Get ready.
There we go, there we go, there we go. Bomb, bomb, bomb. There we go. I'm probably not playing this as well as I could.
Round one. Get ready.
He hits hard. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, shit. Come on. Nope. There we are. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I should probably double check the Alright, so pausing the game, inserting a coin. Cookie for Jason! Moving left, moving right. Left and right. B and X to dash. Left weapon and right weapon. Jump. And then A to cancel jump. Okay. Come on, jump, 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 jump. Ah! I'm still going for just a little bit. I need to get this third round.
Round two.
Here we go.
Get ready.
Come on, come on. Come on. There we go, there we go. No. Oh, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. No, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Oh.
Bomb, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no. Come on. Third mission. Come on. Alright, so jump. Throw the bomb. Jump again. Shoot. Aw, god damn you. Cookie for head. Sorry, you missed out on the cookie. No, 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 no. Come on. Dash. Dash. There we go. There we go. Come on. Oh, god damn, you hit hard. Tomorrow will be the day I'm gonna make my own caramel. Ooh, that sounds good. Alright, here we go. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. How do I... There, there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, and... There we go. Yes! You only make caramel once and then you just spin to sugar. Okay.
Round 3. Get ready.
Yep. Okay, that's bullshit. Oh, come on! Come on.
Round 1. Get ready.
Oh, Jesus, it hits me for like half my health. Jesus.
Round 2. Get ready. Round 3. Get ready.
Could you not, please? That would be great. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, you son of a bitch. Alright, let's try this one with the...
Round 1. Get ready.
Okay, this is a terrible one. You can quit after this. Even if you lose, it's the third battle. I'm not gonna lose to this fucking thing is the problem. There we go.
Round 3. Get ready.
Grenade, napalm, and homing. Let's go with you.
Round 1. Get ready. Round 2. Get ready.
We can't let the robots win. Yeah. We can't let the third robot win is the real problem here. Oh my goodness. This... I had much better success with this guy.
Round 1. Get ready.
Can't see. Oh, that's bullshit that he's hit me for half my health already. Ah. Oh, oop, there we go.
Round 2. Get ready.
when I tried this. Ah! There we go. Come on. Come on. Yes! Alright, here we go.
Get ready.
Go. No, no, no. No! Come on! I am not losing to a fucking chunk robot, you piece of shit. I survived half of Armored Core. Thank you very much. Come on. Slice. There we go. Come on, beam sword, grenade, and... Oop. Come on. Armored Core 6 is very wilding. You are absolutely right. And... God damn you. Jump, and... Oop. Jump. Come on, just... Come on. Oh my god, you... Beam sword? Okay. I don't understand how I did that.
Get ready.
Come on, beam sword. And then firing. Come on. Just let me win, please. Timing matters a lot in this game. It's kind of tricky when I know half my inputs just get, like, catched in... No, I'm not winning yet, sigh. You're welcome to play this. Come on, beams. Oh my god, you serious?
Get ready.
It's helping you get the memories for Shadowbringer? Nice. I cannot contribute to that conversation at this point because I am so focused on trying to get this fucking chunky boy out of my face. Oh my god, just let me... Fuck you.
Round 3. Get ready.
Don't you dare! No! No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, you... Oh, I did not mean to pick him.
Round 1.
God damn it.
Get ready.
Oh my god, this thing is shit!
Round 2. Get ready.
Just end me now, you... Vulcan sway. Alright, let's try you.
Round 1. Get ready.
Okay, I didn't realize that was an option you could do. Also, is the number meant to, like, on the left side supposed to help me in some way? Like, sort of saying it's like, oh, these things are too close, these things are too far, these things are just right. Oh my god. I was having such a good lead, and then I just... There we go.
Round 2. Get ready.
Don't do that to me, you...
Round 3. ready.
It's round 3. Oh.
Get ready.
Like, but is the number supposed to be like I'm supposed to have like a good distance or a... Like, oh my god, I don't understand this game! And I don't know if it's because of, like, just terrible lag in, like, the visual or auditory, like it is with the, or, sorry, not visual, but... Just that jerkiness. Like, you guys must... Oh my... I'm just spamming mines at this point. Round 3. God damn it. Just when I thought I had the strat.
Round 1. Get ready. Get ready.
You gonna get some sleep? Not to worry, Dekus. Thank you for coming along as I, like, try and take on this fucking robot in, like, such a glitchy fucking system. Hi there, Freckles. Hopefully you're enjoying this. I'm not. I just want to go through Harafuka's side quest, and it's like, oh, let's play this game, and it's like apparently I have to go up to like 3 rounds, and I'm trying to like, ugh. Alright, here we go.
Round 1. Get ready.
Oh my god, that would have been a good one to... But yeah, look at this nonsense, like...
Round 2.
It's not fun.
Get ready.
Oh, thank Christ. There we go. Cool. One round for me. Thank you.
3. Get ready.
There we go. And then bazooka, and then rocket. Come on. No, you bastard! No, 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 no. I just got... It's gonna be this guy. It's gonna be this guy. He's got the heavy lasers and shit. But yeah, here's the other, like... It says to, like, look to camera right and camera left. You have to go, like, left and right. But, like, this is me, like, pushing all the way to the left, and it's just such a slow circle. Like...
Round 2. Get ready.
Like, do you... I have, like, no turning circle!
Round 1. Get ready.
Oh. Sorry. Don't be sorry, Jack. It's this game. It's this fucking game deciding to be so fucking problematic that there is, like, there's a field of, like, just all these technical problems that crop up with micro stuttering, and everyone has, like... Everyone has this, like, little thing of, like, oh, it's the, compatibility mode. Oh, no, it's game mode. Oh, no, it's, like, the virtual sync and shit. And then, like, someone was like, oh, it's the silent patch. And it's like, that's not it. No one can give me a straight answer for why this game sucks in terms of optimization on on, like, the Windows 11. No one can give me a straight answer for why it's just so tricky. Oh, my God. Like, there, like, come on. Yes, okay, that's one round to me. Not the virtual sync. Hi there, Sage.
No! Temujin. Secondly, Dorko seems to immediately speed away before firing. Corner him.
Round 1. Get ready.
No, come on.
Round 2. Get ready.
Reese's buff, Reese's buff. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Reese's buff, Reese's buff. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Reese's buff, Reese's buff. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Reese's puff, Reese's puff. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. I wake up to hear a very big belch. You wake up to hear me being absolutely just annoyed with this system of a remaster. Part of me wishes I just had this game on the PlayStation just to experience the crummy controls, but without any of the micro-stuttering nonsense.
Okay. Get ready.
Just come on.
Get ready. Round 2. Get ready.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Round 1. Get ready.
Oh my goodness, another raid by Blue. Oh, this time by Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Hello, welcome. I have been losing my mind over this fucking game, Virtua On. You don't know how many times I was losing to the third round robot because this game
has some janky moments of like input and like visual lag. And I'm not talking input lag of, oh, it takes like, you know, several seconds for a button to be registered on the prompt. I'm talking like, oh, a button will be registered, but then it just rapid fires the one thingy-majiggy. Welcome to the stream. Why are you calling me puppy? I'm clearly a zebra. Let me introduce myself to you, chat. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through a variety of games, aims of franchises that you would consider like quote-unquote part of the canon. Now, I know this looks like Omni Fighter, but this is Yakuza. Or technically Yakuza 2 Kiwami Fighter. Or Kiwami 2. Come on, come on. Rocket and dink. I honestly do not care if I lose out of this round. I just did the Omni Fighter to do Haruko's side questing stuff, which is like, yep, there we go. Come on, use the beam sword. Come on, there we go, there we go. No, 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 no. Do not use fucking rockets on me. Yay! Does fighting for real make you good at these types of games? Absolutely not. That's not how it works.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Yes! I increased...
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy paid me to say your melanin is showing. Z's.
Okay, that was something that I know was said during the Takoyaki. Alright, first off, number one, fuck you. I know how to use chopsticks, and I used it better than most of our other friends in the group that weren't Asian. Thank you very much. Number two, Princess. Alright. We're getting out of this place. We're getting the fuck out of here. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Says the only one who didn't like the soybean soup. Gyoza on Sotenbori Street. Okay, hang on a second. Giant gyoza. Oh, that looks like... Is that gyoza? Yep, that looks like gyoza. I am just taking her through all... I'm just taking through all the soybean soup. Why are you all capsing, Blue? Stop all capsing. Excellent. Don't all caps in my chat, Blue. Use your words with clarity and a thesaurus. This is the Zero called me daddy. Alright. You want some context for that one? So, we went to a Korean barbecue, and the crowd that was with us, there was Blue, and then there was Jack, there was Vol, there was a number of other people there, and if you had to like oversimplify this group, we were very much white with like maybe one or two token minorities. And we went to a Korean barbecue, and we went for the option where, you know, you get to cook your own meats and what have you. I just wanted to eat food. Blue, however, with their culinary experience and their Korean barbecue repertoire, cooked the meat for us. They didn't trust us with the chicken. They didn't trust us with the pork. And anytime there was meat coming along, I was like, thank you, Daddy. This embarrassed them to a little degree because, one, I think they like being called Daddy, especially if they feel like being in need. So, you know, they very much would have appreciated it. You want to undercook this chicken and get salmonella poisoning? I didn't want to undercook the chicken. They should have it at the Popo near the Mahjong parlor. Alright. Oh, there it is, doing it again. Okay, so there's the so that's Riichi Tower Mahjong, which means we need to go down to that one. Alright, cool. I know where we're going. Leo and Ripper cooked... They cooked the normal... They cooked the normal one, I think, and you cooked the spicy one. Anyway, I was not going to undercook the chicken. Ripper's got cooking experience. I honestly did not remember that. I'm gonna be quite frank with you. I have honestly forgotten that. There wasn't a thermometer to make sure you were cooking things correctly. No, there wasn't, Xerix. Hang on a second. I need to double check if this is just doing an offline thingamadiggy of... Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was like an important message. It's just Kahlua sending me a sticker saying, that was a great fur convention. And it was a great furry convention. I will be real with you. As much as Blue and I are memeing on one another, trying to embarrass each other in our respective streams and our environments. Oh. Get my kidney for a Model 12. I want it. I need it. What's that guy yelling about? Model 12. I am not bothering with this sub-story. Please give me the healthy bento, please. Alright, so we got the healthy balance and the pork tonkatsu. Let's just go with the healthy one. Nice. Alright, what's your next request? We're just going through side quests with Haruku to have her trust us. I want to get some like S or triple S rankings from her right now. Go chop on some kimchi. You know what I forgot to have? Kimchi. Also, there it is. There it goes again. There's the input. Like, I literally just flicked the stick like that, and it decided to be like, woo. Oh, look at that. We're holding hands. Pretty hungry. How about some kaiseki? Big Chuyo Fuku. Is this where the kaiseki is? Hang on. Sour sashimi. Nope, it is not here. But oh no, never mind. I guess I should. No! Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. Hanari kaiseki here. I know it's pretty... Okay, well, let me empty out my stomach a little bit, shall we? Camera said around the world. Yes, it did. I need to get into a fight. Like, look at my stomach. It's like 134 right now. Ooh. Alright.
Did you see
this? Limit break. Oh, yes. Damn it. Okay, 9 stats that can go into... Eat action... Purchasable...
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
If you buy what she wants, she'll eat it, not you. Noted. Alrighty, so... Back... Oh wait, not over there. Over... here. Hanari kaiseki. Okay, so... Hinari, there we go. But now I'm overfilled. You better be. This is a fucking huge meal. There was kimchi at the dinner? I know, and I forgot. Yes! fulfill 5 of Haruku's requests. Also, I'm pretty sure my stomach is... Oh, nope, it's not overfilled. Thank Christ. Alrighty. I am going to save it here. So then that way I can get through more of Haruku's requests and what have you. By, you know, doing it off stream and what have you. Because, you know, I don't have anything important going off tomorrow morning or afternoon because that's Anzac Day. It's a day off for me. But tomorrow evening, Code the Yoshi and I will be back onto Dungeons and Dragons nonsense. We're going to be going through Baldur's Gate 3, which will be absolutely lovely. It's going to be good getting back into that, so hope you'll join us for that. Otherwise, I want to say a big thank you for everyone who raided into me. I had so many raids go off. You go suck a lemon. I had so many raids go off. I had Pox come in first near the start. Valkyrie Nixia came in, and then like a few minutes later, Passenger did, and just a few minutes ago, Blue did. I'm really thankful. Jiggle redeem. No jiggle redeem. Also, I need to fix this butt. There we go. All right. Thank you, Blue, Foxy, Nicey, AC Day. See, look at that. Sage calls you. Calls you back. No, there is no exclamation point made. There's himbo and cute, and that... Himbo, and cute. My goodness, this camera is not really great. Alrighty, ooh, 38% cute and 40% himbo. Not bad. Don't fix the booty. No, it wasn't the booty part. It was like the hips. Because of the way the camera is doing like the tracking and what have you, like with my body and what have you, like doing this, it just has it doing like a weird, like the hips are doing like these side rotations and what have you, so it's a bit of a weirdy thing. But yeah, it's good to be like properly back into streaming. I did a very short stream, Cookie for Furry Cures. I did a really short stream on Monday where I just talked about my Furdu experience and a little bit of the Twitch panel. I posted my feedback to Scribbly Noodle because he's got a Google form for the feedback about the Twitch panel. At one point, there should also be a Cookie for Vol. At one point, there should also be I think there was a recording of the panel as well. Where's the Google form? Ask Z. So there should be a recording of the panel. Apparently that was done by someone who's all the way in Western Australia. So once they're back home and they do a little bit of editing, apparently they're gonna like upload it. Because the thing is I want to review the stream. Sorry, not the stream. I want to review the panel, see what I might have missed when I was like, you know, almost like fucking half dying in my fursuit because I was like wearing it for the full 2 hours and I was just sort of sitting there like, and then just doing these like hand exercises to keep me awake. But yeah, so because I want to know what I missed. I want to know if it like was different from like the rest of what I've seen, and yeah, cool, code's on. And you know, wanted to see like whether or not I would have different answers to the questions that they curated. I had a hard time remembering Monday the word curated. I was like, pre-approved, you know, I was trying to find the words, and then it wasn't until this morning that I was like at work and I was like, curated. That was the word I was missing. So yeah. Cookie. Code's on. Hope you've had fun. I had a wonderful time, Freckles, at the FurCon. To shorten like the whole like experience, like from what I talked about on Monday, it was one of my
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Quiet you. It was one of my it was one of my favorite experiences in a FurCon so far, because there was a lot more planning that went into this one. There was a group chat that wasn't like, you know, only of everyone at FurCon. It was actually of like a tighter Nick people who I knew were at Furdu and would want to hang out and what have you. It was a very enjoyable time with Ripper, with Blue, with Lasley and Vol, and Strawberry Cat. But despite like doing all that planning, there was still like gaps in when like breakfasts were very lonely, lunches were almost the same sort of thing. Sometimes dinners didn't like, you know, come together, but I lucked out by having at least like being able to join in with at least 3 people. I think I had a dinner where where there wasn't like less than 5 people involved, which was great. But oh my goodness, it was just socially taxing for me to do all that. And that gave me like, that's sort of giving me the like sort of the clarification of like, I probably won't be going to a FurCon, like either a furry meetup that's like locally to me or in the Gold Coast, or going to a furry convention like Furdu West, you know, Fur West or whatever it is, or in Texas or anything like that. I wouldn't be going to any of those just for the fact of, oh, it's a furry convention and I might recognize people that I see there. If I was to go to a FurCon again, it would have to be a very sort of serious, organized of, hey, we're going to have you involved in some things where it's like, so for example, Unnamed wants me to go to Texas and shit. And there's all kinds of things of like going to a shooting range, going to a Texas barbecue, and doing like silly nonsense at a book depository. Like there's things that want to be done while we're there. And yeah, so far with my experiences with FurCon and such, I know people here, but many of them are busy because, you know, quite frankly, many of them work at the dealer's den and that takes up all their time. They're not, you know, thinking about lunch and hanging out with people very often unless it's like, you know, outside of dealer den hours and what have you. And timing, like, unless you're on them like well before the con, impromptuation is not a thing. And yeah, so yeah, that's just probably not going to go to a FurCon for like several years at least. So I'm not missing out on much. I've been in the furry fandom for like since 20, like I've been in this for like maybe 10 years now, like enjoying the furry fandom and what have you, maybe more. And I've only gone to a FurCon like 3 times out of that. It is not a requirement. Maybe I'll go to like the virtual ones, like on VR chat and such, because quite frankly, that is easy to do, and that's more of a, hey, you're going on to VR chat. So, it's fun but exhausting. It is socially exhausting and really draining. And it's one of those things where like the furry community loves to say that they're very inclusive and such, but there is some problems with how furries within the fandom either, like, they're all just sort of either not keeping to a social contract when things blow up. Like, I remember talking to, I can't remember their name, but I'll need to double check my Telegram. I remember talking to them because they were like a moderator or something like that, and then they had to, there was like this very serious thing that happened, and they were like, oh, like, this basically, like, you know, lost friendships and got blocked and such, and I'm like, oh no, what happened? They're like, oh, I don't want to get into it. The furry fandom has a this is so annoying a lot of the time where, because I've only ever had like one person give me a straight answer whenever it's like, oh, I don't like this person, or, oh, this is a bit of a problem here, and it's like, oh, what's happened? And they gave me like a relatively straight answer that was like 250 words or less. Anytime you ask a furry like what a problem is with a person, it's either, oh, I don't want to color your opinion, I don't want you to know the full details, or here is a documentary of a document explaining to you the timeline and all the shit that's happened and why it's escalated to this level. I'm like, these are like two different ends of the spectrum that are problematic. One is not explaining yourself because you're like, it seems like you're more fearful of like, you know, how people will react to you, like presenting the red flags and shit. But then on the other side is, holy shit, you have documented so much. How did it get so bad that you've had to write a Google Doc with receipts, prints, and timelines? That guy gives me bad vibes. Like, sometimes that would be nice. I absolutely, like, the one time was basically, oh, this person, Urson, like, was disrespectful to my friend and never apologized. Cool. That sentence there, that's the one time in this furry fandom I have gotten someone giving me a straight answer about why they don't like someone. And it's like, it's not like, you know, it's not shrouded in mystery, and it's not requiring me to sit down on a 1-hour YouTube documentary. It's instead a case of, they were disrespectful to my friend, and they never apologized for it. And it's like, excellent. Maybe I can't. And if then Furdu and VR at some point? Maybe. Furdu in VR might be interesting. I don't know how well the panel went off, because it looked like everyone was just standing around in the VR space, and everyone was just sitting down in the real space. And I think it was just, a case of, what's-a-mahoozies, like, it was like, you know, when you're in a virtual meeting or something, and then one of the attendees is a conference room. It's too gay to give straight answers. Damn. Honestly, this should be screen capped. Me, the straightest furry. Honestly, would be good. Alright. Let's have a look at who we are gonna go and raid. Let's see. Inverted Bolt is doing something. It doesn't. What is they doing? What are they talking about? What are they talking about? Okay, so they're talking with peeps. They look to be just reviewing shit posts, so that's basically just absorbing other people's content. Maybe Kusaki. Close that tab. Oh my god, why is there 2 tabs of me streaming? That's weird. Alright, Code the Yoshi. What is I doing? I was expecting someone to raid you while you were talking. I wouldn't have been surprised. Let's see. A lot of people are already... a lot of you are already watching Code the Yoshi, so I'll leave you guys in there. I think what I will do is... Ooh, hang on. What are they doing? Oh, I have not seen this person in a long while. All right, we're gonna go for a cute VTuber here. We're gonna go for Simon Red.
What if we held hands as a treat?
We ain't doing such a thing. Control V, Windows V, ding. All right, we're gonna go and raid into Simon Red. They do all kinds of
emotional damage.
Why are you all using the icy commands? All right. That is going to... So, we're gonna go raid into Simon shortly. I hope you all join with me. The raid message is Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you do not have the emotes, here is a emote-free message, so you can add in whichever ones you want. Meanwhile, I just want to say...
It's all coming together.
I just want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate you.
I meant to do that.
I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a wonderful time. Bookie, Alistair, thank you for the subscribes. Pox, Valkyrie, Passenger, Blue, thank you for the raids. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful time. And we'll raid into Simon shortly, and I'll see you all next time.
I meant to do that.
Bye for now.